Good morning, everyone. I don't know if I can hear. Morning, everyone. Can we begin? Hi there. Hi, I'm Dominique Haysmore, and I'm Head of Collections and Exhibitions here at the Whitworth. Thank you all for joining us at the University of Manchester. Our director, Alistair Hudson, can't be with us today, but he sends a warm welcome to you all. It's a difficult time, as you all know, here at the university for all of us, but our amazing programme and activity continues downstairs. So Alistair would like to welcome you all to engage with as much of that as you can around the conference. Bit of housekeeping. The closest loos are at the bottom of the stairs behind you there, and fire exits are at the bottom of these stairs, and also the stairs that are behind me here. There's no planned fire alarm test today, so if the alarm goes off, it's real. And all the food and drink over today will be served up here, and please don't take anything down into the galleries. There's a carbon literacy lounge, which you've probably all experienced already downstairs in Gallery 3, our South Gallery. And there are going to be tours of our gardens, exhibitions, and so on taking place in the breaks. So if you are interested in one of those tours, you can just go to one of the lecterns downstairs. And finally, I'd like to welcome home Dr. Maria Balshaw, who's going to continue.
Thank you, Dominique, and I'm very touched that I'm still allowed to describe this as home. I should say my daughter goes to the art school here in Manchester, so we have still got strong links with the city. But welcome, everyone, to the Grand Hall and to the Whitworth. It's really wonderful to see so many delegates. Thanks very much to Dominique and to all the staff at the Whitworth who are helping to look after us over these 2 days. And also to colleagues at the Manchester Museum for their help in making all of this happen. I know colleagues across Manchester have been really supportive in organising these 2 days of events. I also want to pass on my own best wishes to Alistair and the good wishes of all at NMDC. Out of respect for Alistair as a peer and a colleague, and in support of the staff here at the Whitworth, I would just ask, as I know he would want, that this doesn't distract us from the very pressing subject that we're gathered here to discuss today and tomorrow. And I know we'll all hope that the situation will be resolved in the coming weeks for the benefit of everyone. So to the conference itself, museums and galleries responding to the climate and ecological crisis. The fact that the conference sold out so quickly shows both how vital this subject is now, and I think also how much people are yearning to be back together, to talk and discuss things face to face. Since the NMDC online conference in 2020, we've had regular monthly online workshops of the Environment and Ecology subgroup sharing good practice. And I want to thank Nick Merriman and all the colleagues and NMDC staff that have been involved in helping make that work continue, even when we weren't able to meet. Colleagues across the country through those networks have been sharing their ongoing work in this area as we all try to learn from each other. But I think it's time now for us to have some in-person discussions, which will also be live streamed because we've had such enthusiasm for the conference. But we hope we will capture much of the really valuable discussion we have here together today. As the chair of NMDC and on behalf of all of our members, I want to underline how important this work is, and that NMDC is committed to fostering the development and sharing of best practice in this area, not just for those who are formally members of NMDC, but on behalf of the whole sector, so that we really change behaviours and practice in this area. We'll share the ideas, the outcomes, and any conclusions that arise from this conference to delegates, but also we'll find a way to share that across the wider museum sector. There is no doubt that the COP26 in Glasgow really focused attention on the need for a global response to the climate crisis, and that there is now real momentum across the cultural sector to take urgent action so that we help achieve no more than 1.5 degrees rise in temperatures and mitigate the already apparent impacts of climate change. If this meeting concludes that it would be useful, we will also commit NMDC resources, the team and the resources that we hold as a network towards holding a sector-wide follow-up meeting later in the year. To my mind, this is one of the critical areas of museum practice where we can make a difference through working together. Both sharing knowledge and advocating for change is an urgent thing for all of us, where we can make a tangible difference now and for the longer term. There is, of course, already a proliferation of advice about what to do, collated by organisations like Julie's Bicycle, who have worked for a really long time in this city and across the UK. There is a theatre green book. There is a lot of sector guidance. Nevertheless, our experience in speaking with colleagues is that many of us are still at a really early stage of our journey, often uncertain where best to start, sometimes reinventing the wheel, making good progress in some areas such as recycling or moving towards decarbonisation, but finding it difficult to begin the whole process or even get reliable benchmarking data. So the purpose of these 2 days is to say it's okay to be starting out, and it's okay to be a bit confused or even overwhelmed by the amount of information. We've set things up so there are lots of opportunities for discussion. We've limited numbers in this space to 120 so that you can sit around smaller tables and talk to each other. And we've provided lots and lots of opportunities for networking. There'll be Q&As after each of the panels, and we've got a number of extended breakout sessions where we hope you'll be really honest with each other about where your organisation is at the moment and where you'd like to get to. There is also, importantly, some sociability built into the whole programme so that you can network with each other and catch up on what we've all been doing these past couple of years. In putting the programme together, we focused on panels that will hopefully introduce some new voices to you alongside those that you might have already heard speak on these issues before. We've got some international keynotes, as well as colleagues that we found in this country who are doing really superb work. And we've tried to get a balance of topics, including public engagement alongside the inward focus work on greenhouse gas reduction, pollution, waste, and biodiversity. There's been a great deal of sharing already through the online seminars. So, for example, my own colleagues at Tate, Francis Morris, Rachel Kent, Bella Sereno, or Sarah Kassam from the V&A, or colleagues at NHM who've been working on decarbonisation, or those in Leeds who have been doing work on embedding sustainability across operations, or colleagues here at the Whitworth who a number of years ago now helped build carbon reduction into the capital expansion. So that information has been shared quite widely already, and today and tomorrow we hope to build on that and draw out some of the less well understood areas of work. So in addition to thinking about decarbonisation by 2030, 2040 or 2050, we also wanted to ensure we discussed what is actually going on now in terms of adaptation and mitigation in relation to extreme weather events causing flooding and wind damage, which some of you have had to deal with. It's really evident that climate change has happened and is continuing to happen now, and we need to adapt our buildings and our processes to cope with it. So I hope that you will enjoy the conference, find it practically useful, and get to meet some old friends and some new people. To start us off, I have great pleasure in introducing our keynote speaker, Henry Mcgee, who was a colleague of mine when he was at Manchester Museum for over a decade before setting up his consultancy, Curating Tomorrow, which supports museums and their partners to enhance their contributions to sustainable development agendas. He's carved out a unique and high-profile role in this area and has developed influential publications on, for example, how museums can meet the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. The title of Henry's talk is Climate Action, Not Just for COP26. Thank you, Henry.
Okay, it's lovely to be here among some old friends and some new friends and some people who I've been working with actually for several years now, although I've never actually met them in person before. And thanks very much to Maria for the warm welcome and the kind words. And as I say, I mean, I worked with Nick and Esme here for a long time, for nearly 2 decades. And over time, I became more and more interested in how museums can contribute to sustainable development, which is what I'm going to talk about today. So I'll refer to these things a number of times, the Sustainable Development Goals, as Maria mentioned. And just to say, the whole point of this is to say that, well, how does change happen? And who is responsible for the governance and really, imagining and designing and creating the change that we need to see, not just in institutions, but in the wider world. And that's what sustainable development is all about. And so I named my business Curating Tomorrow, based on kind of 3 ideas. The first one is that the future is not a set concrete thing. We make the future different by what we do today. The second part of that is that the museum-based skill of curating, of imagination, attention to detail and the wider world, and creating public value has a part to play in this. And the third part is that museums and galleries and other collections-based institutions definitely have a unique and distinctive part to play. And so that's what I'm going to talk about today. And so the way I work is that I write this series of guides which you can get for free on various sustainable development agendas, because one of the really amazing characteristics of sustainable development is that it is an all-embracing approach. So one of the challenges that we see with the way that sustainability is often thought of in museums is it happens in pockets. And what's done in one department is not necessarily the same as what's done in the other department, and sometimes they might even be cancelling one another out. Sustainable development is the overarching embracing approach. So we can think about sustainable development in terms of the contribution that natural history collections can make to supporting biodiversity conservation, how museums can use the SDGs, as we call them for short. The next 2 I wrote in 2020 to try to help museums to make, to be honest, good decisions through a very difficult time. So the rather scary titled Museums and Disaster Risk Reduction. Disaster risk reduction is a resilience building approach. It's an absolutely fantastic approach. And the thing I would just mention is that these approaches exist outside of museums, but they can most certainly make use of them. Museums and human rights, again, I wrote at the end of 2020, because if you don't know what your rights are, you can be pretty sure that people in society don't know what our rights are. And I'll talk about rights quite a few times through this presentation. Mainstreaming the SDGs is to try to go beyond understanding what the SDGs are, but to try to use them in a very concrete way, to set goals, understand what you need to measure, make plans and deliver them. And the last one, Action for Climate Empowerment, isn't quite out yet. It will come out in April for International Day for Multilateralism. I've written as a legacy of COP26. Action for Climate Empowerment is part of the Paris Agreement, which I'll talk about more. As I say, you can get these for free from my website. And so what I'd like to talk about today is a few things, really, about the nature of crisis. We talk about the crisis of nature, but there's also the nature of crisis. To talk about sustainable development as a blueprint, to fly the flag for that, because I'm a huge advocate for it. using the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, really as an innovation that museums and their partners can use to break the logjam of sector by sector or department by department working, or even country by country working. And then I'll talk about a project that I was involved in for COP26 called Reimagining Museums for Climate Action. And I'll try and squeeze that into 35 minutes or so. So I'm sorry, I'm going to have to turn around to read this, but this is a quote from Per Lindblom from 1985. It was in the run-up to the Brundtland report. The problems of today don't come with a tag marked energy or economy or CO2 or demography, nor with a label indicating a country or a region. The problems are multidisciplinary and transnational or global. The problems are not primarily scientific and technological. In science, we have the knowledge, and in technology, the tools. The problems are basically political, economic, and cultural. And I thought I would start with this quotation because there's a bit of a tendency at the moment to think of culture, which is often referring to the cultural sector, as a kind of panacea to climate change and a lot of these challenges. We have to acknowledge that our culture, by which I mean in the very broadest sense how we interact with one another and the world around us, has also led us to this point of crisis. So I prefer not to talk about these things as emergencies, because an emergency is a short-term, unforeseen circumstance. We've known about this crisis growing for over 100 years and yet have failed to really address it. So I'd like to talk about we think about three interconnected environmental crises. Loss of biodiversity, and just to be clear, by biodiversity it means, in a scientific sense, the variation that exists in nature at genetic levels, at species levels, and in community levels. You know, we talk about the three levels of biodiversity. Pollution, the addition of negative things into the environment, natural environment. And the last one is to be clear about, when we're talking about climate change, we're actually talking about the same thing. So in the Framework Convention for Climate Change, which is the kind of grandparent of the Paris Agreement, it differentiates between long-term change in climate, as we see in the geological record, and the additive effect of human impacts since sort of mid-19th century. So in terms of the Paris Agreement, it's talking about the additional additive effect from about 1850 or so. I think it's really important to be clear that you're talking about the same thing. It can become rather easy to say, oh, well, the climate's always changed. It's like, well, that's not actually what's been referred to in the Paris Agreement. So when it talks about the 1.5 degree increase in average global temperatures, that means since around 1850 to 1900. And if we think that climate is what weather is what we experience, in Manchester it's often thought to have quite a lot of rain, but whether that's true or not is another matter. But climate is what we expect. So climate's usually taken as a kind of 30-year average of the weather conditions in a particular place. It's actually quite a difficult concept to get your head around. But we can think that these three environmental challenges, loss of biodiversity, pollution, and climate change, all boil down to the same thing. The same root cause is what's called unsustainable consumption and production. And so I would like to just put the Sustainable Development Goal targets across the top there because I think they look nice. But one of the goals is about precisely this, about sustainable consumption and production. And I think we might also, I'd encourage you to think about, are museums produced and consumed in a sustainable way? I'd have to say the answer is not really. They are overconsumed by a particular sector of society and underconsumed by others. The work of building social equality is about trying to spread that benefit more evenly. And we might think about how the number of museums in the world used to be estimated at 55,000 about 30 years ago. Now it's estimated to be nearly 100,000, so nearly double the number of museums, but they're not necessarily in the place where people could benefit most from them. And we can think about biodiversity loss. So what are these are called drivers of biodiversity loss. So this thing called IPBES is like the biodiversity equivalent of the IPCC, which we have for climate change. It says, well, really we have 5 drivers for the loss of biodiversity. Habitat loss, overexploitation, whether it's hunting or whatever else, climate change, pollution, and invasive species. And there was this global assessment came out in 2019. But these things interact. So if we think about the poor old hawksbill turtle, is kind of cursed by having a really beautiful shell. So these poor things live in coral reefs affected by habitat loss. There's most certainly been overexploited for hundreds of years. They're affected by climate change because extreme weather washes away the beaches where they nest. It actually changes the sex ratio of the hatchlings. Pollution, because unfortunately they swallow plastic bags and these kind of things, or they get caught in nets. And probably we could find another thing that shows how they're affected by invasive species. These things all interact with one another in a really complex way. But let's think about it. So I know like a lot of museums are interested in what's called decolonization, decolonial practice. So we do not live in an uncolonized world. So where would you think that 90% of the biodiversity that the UK is responsible for is not actually even in the UK? It's in the overseas territories, in the Atlantic, in the Pacific, in the subantarctic, in the Falklands, in the Antarctic, and so on. But I don't know the exact figure, but I can pretty much guarantee you that 90% of conservation funding doesn't go outside of the UK. So I think this is something that museums can help people understand, that the UK has global responsibilities based on historic and even contemporary ties. And so here we have the lovely king penguins, which you get in the Falklands and South Georgia, which are very terribly affected by climate change. But we can think about also that preserving or conserving biodiversity is not just about preserving nature for its own sake, although that definitely has a place. Biodiversity, pollution and climate change also impact very negatively on many of our rights. Your rights, my rights, everyone's rights. So we have the right to a healthy environment is recognised in over 150 countries, but not in the UK because we don't have a written constitution. So just to say that when the Universal Declaration for Human Rights was drawn up after the Second World War, people didn't really understand what was happening with the environment. Things hadn't got bad enough yet. So most of the rights that are there around people's civil and political rights, about social and cultural and economic rights, and a lot of the work that has taken place since then is to try to make a stronger connection between human rights and the environment. So we see this many times over. So we have the 1972 Stockholm Declaration, 1992 the Earth Summit. This year there'll be another meeting in Stockholm again. These are all trying to make a stronger connection between the needs that we all have to live in a sustainable and thriving environment. But we can also think that rights are not just for people, that rights are increasingly being extended to places or to rivers or to other species. And this is, again, is something that museums can help people to explore and debate and to understand. So if we think that, well, climate change, so even in my lifetime, people used to say, oh, well, climate change, it's going to be really bad in 50 years' time. It's going to be really bad in 75 years' time. It's not that the science of the thing has changed because we've known about it for a long time. It's that we just didn't think about it enough. So this is the figure for today from the IPCC that assesses the impacts of climate change, scientific. It doesn't undertake scientific research, it assesses it. So almost half of the world's population are highly vulnerable to climate change, almost half of the world's population now. And that's not just to say that they're in other parts of the world, they're actually here as well. It's a rather terrifying figure, actually. But this is the problem. Hardly anyone knows about their rights. This is so for instance, in the Universal Declaration, it talks about how everyone has equal right to participate in cultural life. Personally, I don't quite understand why in museums we never just put that on the wall to remind people that we don't do things just because we decide to or because we want to, but it's because we're obligated to. So if we take something called it's called the Aarhus Convention from 1998. So people actually have environmental rights. All of the governments in Europe and increasingly in other countries as well, they've already signed up to this. That everyone has 3 environmental rights, procedural rights. Everyone has the right to access environmental information, to know what their environment is like, how that's going to be impacted. Everyone should have, at a very basic level, access to the information on the threats that they face. The second right is that everyone has the right to take part in environmental decision-making. And that's meant in a very broad sense, that might mean taking part in consultations to do with development of policies or local plans. Really fantastic thing. And the third right is that they have the right to seek justice when these are not met. So even NGOs, non-governmental organisations, or community groups even, they could raise a challenge to this. It's not just about a country-to-country challenge. So the Aarhus Convention is a fantastic thing. It has its own website. The UK has already signed up to it on paper. But as I say, what's the role for museums here? Help people understand their rights. Understand your own rights, understand everyone's. Because rights are a fantastic framework for us to think about, well, how can we go beyond some social groups having more, others having less? Well, rights are about people as individuals and in groups. So I really encourage you to have a look at the Aarhus Convention. It's a fantastic thing. It's a regional convention, so it applies to Europe and other countries, but any other country can sign up to it. There's another one in Latin America, which is called the Escazú Agreement, which is more specifically about the rights of environmental defenders, because there people get murdered. People who are defending forests or rivers, they get murdered by mining companies and government representatives. It's totally terrible. But we also have a crisis of museums. So there are a very small number of museum staff who have an ecological or environmental background. Unfortunately, there are even fewer because of funding cuts and so on. There's often a lack of appreciation or support for collections as ecological tools. And I can give you the example would be that in the 1960s, I think it was, there was concern about the effects of pesticides on birds of prey. And so someone called Derek Ratcliffe, he studied these. By having access to these long-term egg collections going from the 19th century into the 20th century, showed that the eggshells were getting thinner. This led ultimately to the banning of DDT. It's a bit more of a complex story than that, because not all of the declines in the birds of prey were caused by DDT. But the reason I mention this is that not only did the collections help answer that question, they helped the question be asked in the first place. If we're to understand the long-term impacts in the world, we need the stuff to answer the questions with. Otherwise, there's no question. Rather unfortunately, little support for collections development or basic documentation to share collections information. Lack of connectivity between museums and ecological associations or researchers. Unfortunately, there's a terrible short-termism of project-based work, so that we end up with a kind of a churn of short-term projects that might last 1 or 2 years. These things really need a long-term vision and support as to be an ongoing infrastructure for society and for scientists and so on. And unfortunately, museums also have a fixation on growth. And by growth, it means big buildings, big numbers of people, big budgets, big exhibitions. Growth is a kind of curse of museums. So sustainable development is not about getting bigger. Sustainable development is about getting better. It's about a qualitative change rather than a quantitative one. I wrote this guide back in 2019. I had some support from the British Ecological Society. So I asked maybe about 450 researchers, what do you need from museums? I asked 100 museum people, what do you think researchers need from you? And this is where I get this from. We really know what people need to answer these questions. They need access to good quality, well cared for collections that are easily discoverable online. But when we talk about, I think you'll talk a lot over these 2 days about sustainability, but personally I hardly ever talk about it anymore because it is so confusing, it is so vague. People are talking about different things. They're often talking about, it's simplest, sustainability just means the ability for something to continue or to persist. It doesn't necessarily mean that it stays the same. But in its kind of original sense, it was seen as a kind of break to development. So you would have development, change, and sustainable development as the kind of break on it. So it was about doing less harm. It's not even about trying to do things better. It's just about trying not to do as much bad. So it's an extremely low bar, I think. And it becomes focused on what happens within the institution. And I'll come to talk about, that's quite problematic. Sustainable development is different. Sustainable development is much more focused on what the world needs. It's focused activity to achieve this better balance of considerations of people, planet and prosperity, the 3 dimensions of sustainability. So if sustainability is the goal, sustainable development is the action, emphasizing action, that helps us get there. So you're never going to get to sustainability if you don't do something. And the other problem in the first definition there and about sustainability is that it only ever means that you're doing you're being less unsustainable. You're either sustainable or you're not. So this is just something to bear in mind. So sustainable development is really much better. It's about trying to do more good and do less harm at the same time. It's really, really much more positive, I think. And so we can think about this really simply in terms of a bank account. So everyone understands the principle of the bank account where you have some capital invested. Hopefully there's an interest rate so that you accrue some interest each year. So long as you're only ever spending the interest, even some of the interest, the value can increase over time. We can think about it in the same way for social and natural capital. That social capital, our friendships, our relationships, our strong and vibrant communities. Our natural capital would be our wild places, the other species that we share the planet with, natural resources that we use. In sustainable development, what we're trying to do is to grow all 3 of these capitals, or to make sure that in growing one, we're not just extracting too much from the other. I'll give you an example here. So here's a place, I don't know where it is, but it's a place where peppers and tomatoes grow super well. So here's someone who's taken some natural capital, the peppers and tomatoes. They sell them at the market to create some economic capital for themselves, and that funds their life, their social capital. Now, we might think about, well, what methods were used to grow those peppers and so on. If they were done in a nice, environmentally friendly way, that can create habitats for birds and bees and all these nice things. Or it might be done in a horrible way that involves lots of pesticides that kills off nature. So long as we're always thinking about the impacts of what we do in terms of people, planet and prosperity, that's our blueprint to doing more good and doing less harm. But we live in this world with lots of problems. Intolerance, inequality, injustice and poverty, climate change, declines in biodiversity and conflict between countries. We see them in all countries. But as we see with COVID, the challenges are actually very closely related. So COVID, you might think, oh, well, that's a health crisis. Very quickly becomes a social and an economic crisis. And then it turns out it's because of the way we interact with nature as an environmental crisis. So for a few reasons, we can't just think about dealing with problems in isolation, and that will become clear. And so the reason that we can't do that is because in addressing one problem, we might just be creating a problem somewhere else. So we need to address the problems together. And so this is the basis for something called Agenda 2030, Transforming Our World, which is the latest in a kind of 50-year-long struggle to find the mechanisms just to get the world to work better. So rather than the old sense where governments sign declarations and treaties on behalf of society and then, you know, nothing quite happens, how can we create mechanisms for more people to participate in shaping the future? And that's really what the agenda and the goals are about. So we have 17 goals here to try to put the world on a path to a better future by 2030. It's really important that you don't just pick out the ones that you're good at. It's really important that you don't use them to compete. It's really important that you ignore the ones that you're bad at, because we need to address all of them. And so this is the simple way to think about it, that sustainable development sits at the heart of 5 things. People, how can we end poverty and hunger in all their forms and ensure dignity and equality everywhere? Prosperity, how can we ensure prosperous and fulfilling lives for everyone? The planet, how do we protect nature for current and future generations? Partnership, how do we work differently with different actors, different sectors, and with one another to create different outcomes? And peace, because there can be no peace without sustainable development, and no sustainable development without peace. And so this takes the old 3 dimensions of sustainability and it turns them into goal-based challenges, to intentions. This is what I mean about the difference between the old talk about sustainability and working with sustainable development. So what you could do is ask yourself, am I committed to this? Am I committed to this thing? And how committed am I? So, for instance, we're halfway through the International Decade to End Poverty. Nobody's heard of it. So it's not going to be a surprise when its ambitions aren't realised. So back in 2019, ICOM, the International Council of Museums, adopted the Sustainable Development Goals as its blueprint for working towards creating a better future in this really big, very scary conference hall in Kyoto. And the other picture I could have shown you there is that this is the same room where the Kyoto Protocol, which is part of the climate change work. The problem is that they're over 20 years apart. So the Sustainable Development Goals, as I mentioned, are a really fantastic innovation that help us move much faster and to do these things together. So we can think about this like the ICOM talks about recognising that museums have a role to play in supporting a sustainable future, and we can use the Sustainable Development Goals, and more particularly their targets, to drive sustainable development activity both in and with museums. And so in a way to kind of simplify this is something we call localization, is that it's like, well, 17 goals, 169 targets is too many to remember. I can't remember all of them. It's to say, well, how can we localize that to the museum sector? And so I have it in my head down to 7 main kind of activities. We can think about them as like kind of channels for ways to support sustainable development. So to protect and safeguard cultural and natural heritage, not just in the building, but more widely. To support education that supports sustainable development and the SDGs. To promote cultural participation for everyone so that everyone can take part in this as is their right. To support responsible and sustainable tourism, and I'll come back to that one. To support research that supports sustainable development. To make sure that every decision every day by everyone is helping create a better future and not a worse one, and to direct your external partnerships and collaborations to this work, to make it to working together. The reason I've put responsible or sustainable tourism there is that tourism is roughly 8% of global emissions. So we have, if we were to think about that, like museums and galleries are tourist attractions, they aim to attract tourists, to attract people. If they truly considered the emissions from those visitors as part of their own carbon footprint, it would be rather a frightening statistic. So typically the emissions from visitor travel, they might be 50, 70% or more of your overall emissions. So if we think about the amount of effort that museums put into reducing waste or reducing energy use from light bulbs, in comparison to the efforts that they put into supporting sustainable travel, which is their biggest challenge, it's not even on the same level. And so just to say, there are lots of tools around that you can use. So this is a project that I've been working on for ICROM. So we've been collecting together about 250 or 230 tools, really good tools, because there are tools all over, lots of tools, but how to make use of them. So this takes the tools and links them up to the Sustainable Development Goals. It gives a bit of a narrative for how to use them. You can search it either by the activity that you're working on, or by Sustainable Development Goal, or by the Sustainable Development Goal target at the bottom right there. I can send the link around afterwards. So if you think that all this sustainable development talk is, well, surely this is for developing countries, this isn't for the UK. So here we have a different way of looking at the goals and the goals. Rather than them appearing in 17 different nice colours, they just appear in red, amber, orange and green. The green ones are the ones that the UK is on track to meet, of which there is one, leaving 16 that it's not. And the worst ones are the ones in red. Very, very major challenges remain around zero hunger and good nutrition, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life on land, and partnerships for the goals. These are all very major challenges, and so you might think, well, how can your museum help, how can you just help this work along? So, but to say something about COP26. What is COP26? Was the UN Climate Change Summit. It's not really a conference that was held in Glasgow last November. There's a lot of mystery about what these things are. So COP26 is really where the countries get together, the signatories to the Framework Convention that they all signed in 1992, 30 years ago this year, to monitor progress. So what we'd like to encourage museums and so on to think about is not so much what they try to do in COP, it's what they do outside of COP, before it and after it. So rather than doing a lot of activity that's around the November time, because that's what happens, what can you do now to help build a strong mandate for more effective climate action for COP27, which will be in Egypt next November? And so within the Framework Convention, and also in the Paris Agreement, it has this thing called Action for Climate Empowerment, on the importance of 6 things: education, training, public awareness, public access to information, public participation, and international cooperation on climate change matters. So this recognises the importance of public education, participation, using rights-based approaches. And I think the thing I'd emphasise here is that it talks about climate empowerment. So it's not really in a museum's remit to try to change someone's behaviour. So it's most certainly in their remit to provide an empowering and enabling environment. Changing someone's behaviour, if I went to a museum and said, we're going to change your behaviour, I would run a mile. And it's, as I say, it's not really rights-based climate action. So we can keep thinking about this, about, well, what is this action for climate empowerment? How do museums do it effectively, and how can they do it more? And so we ran this project, headed up by Rodney Harrison, who's a Professor of Heritage Studies at UCL, working with Colin Sterling at the University of Amsterdam, and myself, and Glasgow Science Centre, which is a very futuristic building across the Clyde from where the COP was. Because we can think about using even the very idea of a museum, as something to play with. How do we even reshape the institutions so that they provide more effective services to society? I'll give you some examples. So I wrote this toolkit, which you can get online, called Mobilising Museums for Climate Action. So it exists both as a PDF and as a web-based toolkit. And I think it really comes down to 5 things. That firstly, museums have to reduce their carbon emissions. And that's not just talking about net zero, it's about aiming for 0. Net zero can be a dangerous accounting trick when it's not properly understood. So any of the good practices in net zero are about aiming to reduce your emissions before you go anywhere near an offset. Museums can support mitigation across society and in other sectors. So just to be clear about this, the difference between, so mitigation is efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions or to strengthen nature's ability to absorb them. People often talk about mitigating the impacts of climate change. That can be a bit confusing. Adaptation is how we learn to live with the impacts of climate change. So people, society, we can think ahead, well, what's climate change going to be like? Nature can't do that. Nature can't look into the future. So we have to work to support nature to be resilient to climate change in the future as well. So we have mitigation in museums, mitigation across society. We can look at climate adaptation in museums. How are they going to be affected? Do they sit on floodplains? What are the impacts of extreme weather and so on? How do we help society adapt to climate change? And the last one is to make sure that all climate action is just and fair. There are many ways to act on climate change that are really very unfair. We just have to not do that. And so here are some examples. So we launched this competition in International Museum Day 2020. We said, well, how can we reimagine museums for climate action as a competition? We've got 264 entries from 48 countries. This is a fantastic idea from a team in Brazil. Well, what if museums were very temporary structures, really very small, that dealt with hyper-local challenges? They're not this small, these are models. But it made for a really nice photograph, I hope you'll agree, between the COP venue at the back, called the Armadillo, and a model from the exhibition. Because one of the challenges with COP is it is like a black box. People think it's where the world's leaders get together and hammer out the future of humanity. It's just not how it works. They're not even there. They only appear for the photo op, to be honest. This was a lovely idea. It's based, of course, on the challenges that are faced in that community in Brazil, about where they have descendants from slaves who have their heritage is much more oral. It's less concerned with material and much more concerned with stories and ideas and how they're passed on to the future generations. Here's a second idea. So what if museums actually absorbed carbon emissions through their fabric, through the building? So this takes an idea from this mineral called olivine that it absorbs carbon dioxide as it weathers. Made this big sort of sand clock thing. Or how do we think about what are often thought of as technological challenges, like how are people going to take up all electric cars in 2032 or whenever it may be, and depending on what country you're in, rather than thinking of that as a technological challenge, as a social and a cultural one. How can museums help people be prepared and make those choices sooner rather than later? So just to say, near the end, so there are many opportunities to take part in this. So people often think, well, what can we do? What can I do now? So here are these, I'm a great believer in promoting international decades, and I really think museums should, if I'm honest, do much more to promote international decades. So we have one for the International Decade for Ecosystem Restoration, 2021 to 2030. 2021 to 2030, there's another one for ocean science for sustainable development. That's those, for instance, the Horniman with the aquarium could be fantastically well disposed to support. It might be already. We have the last decade for the Sustainable Development Goals, because these things don't happen by accident. And if we get to 2030 and think, well, that didn't do very much, did it? We have to ask, well, did we do as much as we could? We have this this thing called the post-2020 Biodiversity Framework is a new thing, will be approved later this year. And just to mention another one, the International Decade of Healthy Aging, how we can make a connection between environmental health, protection, and human health and quality of life. And so just I thought I'd conclude with why not, with a quotation from Wangari Maathai. So until you dig a hole, you plant a tree, you water it and make it survive, you haven't done a thing, you're only talking. This is, we have to do stuff. We have to not just focus on the knowledge aspect of climate empowerment or ecosystem restoration. We also have to focus on the attitudes and the values, but we also need to give people the practical skills and opportunities to act on it, because that will be the basis of empowerment. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
So for our first panel today, I'm delighted to be joined by Claire Mattison, who is Executive Director for Public Engagement at the Natural History Museum, by Nick Merriman, CEO of the Horniman, and in place of Francine Hayfron, who sadly can't be with us today at the last minute, we are delighted that Ed Watts is joining us, who is Head of Civic Engagement at the Whitworth. I'm Jenny Waldman, I'm Director of Art Fund, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be here, in part just to see so many people in real time, in real place, in part to be inspired by the brilliant initiatives that we're going to hear about today and tomorrow, and in part because Art Fund is embarking on a major new project for spring of 2023, which we really hope that you will all be part of, which aims to engage young people with biodiversity and nature-positive action through museum collections. Please do ask Sarah Philp, my lovely colleague who is here today, and myself later about that, or email us on museums@artfund.org. But for now, we're going to hear from each of our speakers, first Claire, then Nick, then Ed. They'll speak for about 20 minutes each. I'm going to give you each a 1 or 2 minute warning. And then there'll be time for questions afterwards, and Catherine's going to give me a 5-minute warning. Claire, over to you.
Great, thank you. And it's wonderful to be here. It's wonderful to be with people, isn't it? That's what museums are all about, people being able to interact together. So what I'm going to talk about is the work that we've been doing in the Natural History Museum to create advocates for the planet. But first off, I kind of want to take you back a few years pre-pandemic, some of the terrible events that are happening in the world today. And we went through a really long period, about a year, when we really thought very hard about what is the role of a natural history museum in today's world. And if you recall, at the time, there were big demonstrations going on. There were young people rising up on the streets, getting huge global attention with their Friday strikes to say to us that, you know, that the world is not in a good place and we need to wake up and we need to listen. So it was an incredibly interesting time for a natural history museum to really be thinking about its future, a sort of an institution that has sort of collected, if you like, the biodiversity from across the world over many, many years. 80 million specimens are sort of housed in varying conditions in the museum. But also during that time, this is a photograph when, if you recall, of that summer of, was it 2019, we had very peacefully Extinction Rebellion coming and marking the end of all their demonstrations across London and wanting to come and peacefully lie underneath hope as a symbol, as part of the end of their demonstrations about climate and the ecological emergency. So this was during the time, and I think our minds, our trustees' minds, were obviously very influenced by what was happening in the world, but also the events that were happening right on our doorstep. And we really began to think, well, you know, here we're welcoming activists in. Should we be an activist? What is an activist museum? Or has the museum got a different place in the world? Or do we feel that we should take a different place? And of course, we're also very strongly scientific-based institutions. We have about 300 scientists who work on, you know, many, or pretty much all of the kind of global biodiversity that we see in the world. So to cut a very long story short, and this was a very long and a very inclusive conversation across the whole of the museum, and we had people writing things on flip charts on walls, in offices, etc., pulling it all together. And we came up with what was for us at the Natural History Museum quite a radical new mission and vision for an organisation which had been one, I think, that really looked to the past, but really wanted to look to the future. And we had a new vision which was that people and planet thrive together, and that we knew many other institutions and organisations had that, and we thought the more that have that vision for the world, the better, because then we can all work out what is our place to achieve that. And for us, our place to achieve that was this new mission, to create advocates for the planet. And we chose that word advocate very carefully. We didn't believe as an institution we were an activist, but we did believe that we felt we wanted to be advocates ourselves and help other people to become advocates so they could understand, speak up, be empowered to take action in the context of the planetary emergency that we were facing. So the next thing we had to do really was say, oh yes, of course. And of course, the big question for all museums is, how do we make this change in our institutions, which are really, really difficult? We know how difficult and expensive they are to change. You know, every time we change a light bulb, this is what happens. You know, it's not an easy, you can't just go in there and move things around quickly, and, and all of the health and safety. And so we all know the huge challenges. And then we put out in the January 2020, end of January 2020, we announced our new strategy. We're very excited to get going. And by March, we were all in lockdown. So this was sort of a moment really of perhaps really demonstrating the kind of huge issues that there were in the world in the context of the kind of climate and planetary emergency. And even now scientists believe it was to do with the way in which humans have interacted with the animal world that have led to the pandemic. So there we are, that's our context. But the first thing we wanted to do, we didn't want that word advocate just to be an empty word. So we did a lot of research. We looked at the literature, and we developed what we call our advocate engagement model, because we wanted all colleagues across the whole museum, whatever they were doing, whether they were working in learning, in the digital teams, we wanted everybody to begin to work to a common framework about how could we create advocates, but also how would we know whether we were getting there. So this, I'm sure, will evolve over time. But it was developed by a group inside the museum, which was really sort of looking at what are the different things and what are the different stages. And that inspiration stage, that wanting to engage emotionally and connect, was believed to be incredibly important. It goes, we know from the literature that actually just telling people more facts doesn't change minds. So how do we create that emotional engagement that means people want to care? And then once you've got that emotional engagement, how do we then enable people to feel that the information, the facts are actually stories that they can share and that aren't just sort of pounded on them, but actually they can pick, they can choose, they can use, and they can use that information to share their own stories and create the narrative that works for them, their families, their friends. And then how can we layer on that? And we did some really interesting work that our audiences were telling us that they want options, they want to know things, they want to know what to do, they don't want to just sort of be us just to be passive. So we began to be bolder in terms of how can we therefore empower people to take those decisions, how can we provide some information, provide frameworks that people can actually then say, this is what I want to do. And they could be from small decisions to actually quite significant decisions, and what are those pathways and steps through. And then how do we begin to kind of measure people's connectedness to nature and actions that they might take? So we developed this framework, we've shared this framework, and I think I could probably safely say that the majority of people in the museum now actually know this framework, use this framework, and talk about this framework as they develop the activities that they do. So that's where I want to turn to next. So there we are in lockdown, in pandemic, not an easy space to change, not with huge resources to change it quickly. So we really kind of looked and thought, what are some of the really big programs that we've got? What can we do? How can we shape them? But also, is there something else we should be doing as we sit in lockdown, in terms of as we prepare to sort of open up to the world, and then as we've got back to being open. But just before I talk about that, I also want to say a little bit about biodiversity. We heard a little bit about this morning, and I think for us at the Natural History Museum, it's the climate and, if you like, that ecological crisis, the ecological part that sometimes gets missed. And for us, this is possibly where we feel or felt we can actually add most value. We've got scientists who have an extraordinary wealth of knowledge about the biodiversity, but also perhaps frighteningly about the biodiversity loss that has been going on in the world. And there is a group of scientists led by somebody called Andy Purvis, who has been doing something called the Biodiversity Intactness measure. And this shows the proportion of biodiversity loss that is going on across the world. One of the things we did during lockdown was we worked with him, and our digital team worked with him to actually make this information, which is sort of sitting behind in lots of data sets, to make this much, much more accessible. So if you now go onto the website, you can actually then see and look at the changes, look at the regions across the world of how much biodiversity is left in different parts of the world, but also how much what would happen in terms of different scenarios. We've developed this for policymakers thus far, and we've got a little bit of money from NERC to take this now to sort of make it more accessible for broader publics. And of course, the very scary thing is where we are in the UK. The more purple you are, the worse your biodiversity intactness is. And this is the UK, and we are the 5th best or 5th worst, whichever way you want to look at it. We are the lowest, within the lowest 5 of the amount of biodiversity left that we have in our country. So this is a global issue, but I think it really brings it home to you when you actually see what is going on in terms of the UK and the conversations we can have with people across the UK. So this sort of, talking with our own scientists and really understanding the severity of the biodiversity issue really led us to think very much about, well, where can we have an impact, and what are some of the things that we could do perhaps more quickly than creating a single new gallery, which would take us many, many years. So we looked at 3 big programs that we have. And I'm going to talk a little bit about each of them. One is, they're all focused on different things. They all, I think, have biodiversity at their heart. And they all are very much focused on different audiences and different ways in which people can get involved and get active. So the first is called the Urban Nature Project. The next is called Our Broken Planet, How We Got There and Ways to Fix It. And the third, talk about long-term programs. This is the Wildlife Photographer of the Year. This is now in its 57th year, and it will be 58 next year. So let me pick off them each one by one. So the Urban Nature Project is really our big, ambitious project that is really trying to do a number of things. It's very much focused at sort of families, young people. It's got a very, very strong kind of diversity and inclusion agenda as part of it. We've done huge amounts of work with the Prince's Trust and others to really understand how can we include audiences that don't really have access to nature or don't really feel that nature is a part of them or a part of their lives. We very much want to kind of empower people to protect urban nature. And why did we choose the urban environment? And that's because, as we know, the majority of people, and I think it will be something like 70% of people, live currently in urban environments. And therefore, for most people, that will be where you actually experience nature in your life. It's not going out into the countryside. It's actually right there on your doorstep. So through this project, we are aiming to do 3 things. First, to transform our own gardens, to make them tell the story of time, but also create a biodiverse and urban environment that can be monitored and measured, share that information, and develop the science around that so other people can use the science. So this is a kind of artist's impression of developing our own gardens. I could speak for a whole hour on this. Lauren is here. Lauren can put her hand up if you want to speak to her later. It's a wonderful project. But the gardens at the eastern end will tell the history of time, and the gardens at the other end, at the western end, will actually be all about learning about biodiverse environments in an urban setting with a new learning centre. And we will then have, we have many partners across the UK who are also then transforming some of their urban environments. All of us are doing baseline data, so we know what biodiversity we have now, and then we will be sharing that data. And finally, we are developing tools, scientific tools, so young people, schools, others can actually go out into urban environments, do their own monitoring, their own experiments, and their own measuring. So there's project one, a wonderful project, and we hope that as many people can kind of join us on that journey as possible. The next one I want to talk about briefly is the Wildlife Photographer of the Year, and we looked at this, and rather than it just being an exhibition every year that travels around, we wanted to actually really think about this much more as a programme of activity. As I say, this has now been going on for 57 years, so it's a wonderful kind of reportage of what has been going on in the natural world, across the world, for over 50 years. And the other important thing here is that the photographers who take these incredible photographs actually are conservationists and care passionately about and are documenting what is going on in that world. So we've done a lot of things. We've sort of really tried to open this to how do we take this to different environments. And here we took it to the World Economic Forum at Davos, where we actually wanted to get that message of biodiversity and the importance of biodiversity in front of world leaders. Next year, we're taking it, later this year, we're going to India, where we will actually have a lovely programme funded by the British Council, where actually young people from Kolkata will actually be working with photographers to actually document their own biodiversity on their doorsteps and have their own exhibition, which will be a sort of youth Indian wildlife photography competition. So we're really trying to think, how do we take what was an exhibition of photographs to actually become a real global reportage about what is going on across biodiversity through these very, very emotive and powerful photographs. And then the final one I want to talk about is what we call Our Broken Planet, How We Got There and Ways to Fix It. We actually curated this exhibition during lockdown. We could see, what the pandemic was about. We knew we had these incredible collections. So we said to our scientists, could you choose something from the collection that you think answers that question, talks about the planet, but also how we got there, but importantly, what we're trying to do in terms of how to fix it. So we had this wonderful response from our scientists, and the exhibition developed, we picked a number of specimens, and this is the first time at the Natural History Museum we've looked at the natural world from the perspective of the human impact rather than looking at it from the biology of the human world. So it has three main sections, one around the food we eat, one around the products we consume, and the third around the energy that we use to power our lives. And it really, I think, shows the complexity of the issues. And this is a wonderful one. Sorry about the quality of the photograph. This is my own iPhone photograph, but it is one of my favourites, because this little nodule here is called a polymetallic nodule, and they're scattered across the ocean bed, deep, deep down in the ocean where, we have very little understanding. The important things about these, they are full of metals and minerals that actually are needed to power batteries and to power the way in which we believe we're going to power our lives in the future. But down there, at the moment, there is a moratorium in the oceans to actually scoop these up, because there is a huge desire from companies just to go down there and scoop these up. And these are some of the species that were discovered by some of our scientists that had never been recorded before in the last mission to go down and look at these. So I think it's really important to get some of these issues out there, to talk to the public. We probably do need to take some of these, but how do we do it in a way that actually just doesn't, devastate the whole of the ocean floor? So really, really important conversations. And what we did with this programme, because part of it was during lockdown, we actually had a huge online conversation going on, and we particularly chose young activists around the world pairing them up with scientists and others to have these conversations online. And also we then took that OBP message, particularly about biodiversity, to COP, where we spoke about the issues and the biodiversities in our own rather lovely nature bar that we partnered with the New York Times. What we'd like to do with this project, because initially we'd conceived of it as just a single programme, but actually it's had such resonance, we now want to turn it into a 5-year programme, and we'd love to join other institutions actually to have perhaps a national Our Broken Planet, to have a real dialogue, really, and you know, we've all got collections that we could choose and have that Our Broken Planet, how we got there and ways to fix it. And my final point on that title, because we've had a lot of people saying it's a very negative title, we actually spoke to a lot of young people about this because we wanted this to be very much focused on that kind of 13, 15 plus audience. And they said to us, please just tell it how it is. You know, please don't sort of sugarcoat this. So that was how we came up with the title. Obviously, how we got there and ways to fix it is important. But we're sort of quite proud that we sort of went with that title. 1 minute. So as I say, we'd love to take this further. We think it's a programme that has legs, and we're here. Freya's here in the front row as well, if anybody would be interested. But we're going to turn this into a longer and larger programme. So that's me. You know we've got an awful lot more to do. It's a really important journey, but I think we felt that we can look at things we do already, tweak them, twist them, to fit what we think is one of the most important agendas of our lifetime. So, thank you.
Claire, thank you. Thank you, Claire. Over to you, Nick.
Okay, thanks Jenny, thanks Claire. Good to see everyone. So I'm going to be talking about engaging the public as active citizens at the Horniman. I suspect many of you know the Horniman, but if you don't, it's actually the only museum in London where nature and culture can be seen side by side at a global level. As well as museum collections, we have 16 acres of gardens, we have living collections, an aquarium, butterfly house and an animal walk, and we have a half-mile-long nature trail. So all of that combination of things puts us in a really good position to engage people in the interlinked issues of environmental and social justice that Henry has outlined in his keynote this morning. We also have a majority family audience, so about 75% of our visitors come in families, mostly with small children in tow. And we've done some research which shows that the parents, grandparents, uncles and aunts bringing these toddlers are actually really worried about the future that these kids are going to grow up in as we do or don't meet targets from 2030, 2040, 2050 or so. But they also feel really disempowered. They think action on climate, the climate and ecological emergency is really important, but often feel overwhelmed, thinking, well, there's not much I can do about the melting of the glaciers or major fires or deforestation and so on. So in thinking about how we might be able to address this, what clearly a thirst for information and action, we created, first of all, a new mission just before the pandemic, which was about positivity, which is that the Horniman connects us all with global cultures and the natural environment, encouraging us to shape a positive future for the world we all share. So you can see then that the climate and ecological crisis has become really important to us as an organisation. Like many others, we declared a climate emergency in July 2019. We followed that up with a climate and ecology manifesto and action plan in January 2020, including the appointment of a dedicated climate and ecology action officer, Carol, who's in the sort of mustard yellow coat there in the middle of putting her hand up reluctantly. And we developed a working group chaired by me as chief executive to make this kind of work really centre stage, because there is still, I think, a tendency in some organisations to see it as off to one side as somebody else's job and not mainstream. Our work consists of two main areas, what I call kind of inside work on decarbonisation, reducing waste, reducing pollution and improving biodiversity, and we're going to be talking a lot about that in the course of the rest of the conference. And then there's kind of outside work on engaging and activating the public to make changes in their own lives. And that's on the basis that if just a proportion of Horniman visitors, and we had nearly 1 million visits to site pre-pandemic, if just a proportion of those made some active changes to live more sustainably, then we'd see the beginnings of a larger scale movement. And pretty much like every other organisation, way back we started off doing stuff in broadcast mode, social media campaigns, occasional interventions or exhibitions about the dangers of climate change and other threats to the planet like deforestation. But as has already been said on a number of occasions this morning, simply bombarding people with the facts and asking people to passively consume them doesn't seem to lead to action, and in fact it can even fuel feelings of climate anxiety and disempowerment. So how do we overcome that feeling of disempowerment and being overwhelmed? There's some good evidence from behavioural psychology, again, as Claire has mentioned, that you need to appeal to the emotions rather than bombard people with more facts, and that action accompanies an emotional focus on future generations. So in other words, for the Horniman, appealing to the future of the individual young kids that our visitors are bringing to the museum and gardens, with that emotional connection about their future, we think should inspire action. So what I want to do for the rest of my talk is to give some examples of how we're trying to move from passive consumption to positive engagement and then to activation to create what we call a movement for positive environmental change. As we know, the work of artists can be a really good way of producing an emotional response, and like many others we've done that. These are some slides from an exhibition we did called Meltdown, which we did in partnership with an organisation called Project Pressure. A series of photographs by artists engaging particularly with the melting of glaciers and ice sheets. And you can see on the left there an intervention in Mount Kenya by the artist Simon Norfolk, and on the right a photograph by Arnold Corey of the Antarctic shelf. We also worked with the artist Polly Morgan, who produced sculptures made from abraded ocean plastic, and she also mounted rather gruesome animal taxidermy specimens spewing out plastic fragments from their mouths. I'll spare you a photograph of that. And we ratcheted this up a bit more with our Beat Plastic Pollution intervention in the museum's aquarium, where all the fish and most of the other animals were safely taken out and replaced by plastic rubbish to highlight the huge problem of ocean plastic. And so on the left there, you see a blue tank that's normally populated with rather beautiful jellyfish floating around, all taken out to be replaced by white plastic bags. And on the right there, you might just be able to see a small one of our poison dart frogs, kept there safely but surrounded by a load of plastic rubbish. And at the same time, we put an intervention in our natural history gallery in the case that has a large turtle. Henry's already mentioned how much they're suffering, alongside a baby one, with an intervention of fishing nets and other plastic debris. And what we found is that this produced real shock amongst our visitors, partly because I think visitors assume that museums will always be neat and tidy and won't have really horrible rubbish in their displays. So it produced an emotional response, and a good example of this is a story we were told of one girl brought by her mother, and she was so shocked and taken aback and sort of angered and upset by this plastic pollution issue that she went immediately home and produced herself an 8-page booklet on the dangers of plastic pollution, which she sent to our local MP. So there's a really good anecdote of engagement of emotions producing active response amongst our audience. And the idea of motivating people to make active changes to their own lives was expanded to the idea of forming what we call an Environment Champions Club. The concept was that we would encourage families, mostly taken from our membership, so we have a close relationship with them already, to sign up to make active changes to live more sustainably. By being members of the club, they would receive support to achieve their actions, be linked up to like-minded people, and have access to suitable resources to support all of that. We received our own support through Julie's Bicycles Accelerator program to develop the proposition, and like many things, we launched it just before the pandemic, which meant that the club had to be launched, first of all, online only as a Facebook group, which created a community and shared resources and stories of families trying to do their best to live more sustainably, supporting each other. And we developed, Carol and colleagues developed quite a large range of resources that they could draw on to actually help them in their journey. And the aspiration for the Environment Champions Club is that it could provide a model that could be followed by other organisations, not just museums, who could engage perhaps their own memberships or friends groups or whatever they might be, to create this larger scale movement. Imagine if the National Trust engaged their membership in a bespoke programme of living more sustainably. Then we'd be really scaling up to something quite significant. And others actually seem to have had the same idea in parallel. Here's a panel from our recent exhibition, Monkey Business, generated by National Museum Scotland, about primates and the threats to their survival. And the final panel is this encouragement to be an environmental hero by doing some practical things. And I suppose the only difference in ours is that it's not just a panel as you exit an exhibition, as is a whole club with and a community with support and materials. And it's moving now towards being an environment champions community that will draw on resources, making partnerships with the other many active groups in our area of South London that are campaigning around the environment, including, as I'll say in a moment, about pollution. So we are, of course, using our outside spaces as a vital resource in activating people, particularly because our gardens remained open throughout the pandemic and provided a really very well acknowledged and appreciated resource as a crucial space for respite from the pandemic, where people could kind of address their mental health issues, get all of that benefit around their well-being from engagement with the outside. But we're also, for those of you who know us, right on the South Circular Road, one of the main roads in London, which has really heavy traffic pollution. A 9-year-old girl called Ella Kissy Deborah lived on this road a few miles from the Horniman, and she died, unfortunately, 9 years ago. Just over 2 years ago, a coroner finally ruled that air pollution made a material contribution to her death, which was the first such ruling in the UK. So pollution is a particularly important issue for us as a museum, and we're in discussion at the moment with Ella's mother, Rosamond, who is now, perhaps not surprisingly, an air pollution campaigner, about a series of events at the Horniman to mark the 10th anniversary of her death next year. One of the things we've already done, though, is to mount a sculpture called Flower Girl next to the road in our bee garden. The sculpture's by an artist called Jasmine Pradicito, and it's made of a material called Noxtec, which is a pollution-absorbing material. We're also putting in pollution monitors alongside the South Circular, which will give, we hope eventually, live readouts and alerts to where pollution goes over the WHO guidance, which it does, we know, very regularly. We've also planted a microforest a bit further down the gardens to provide a further barrier to absorb pollution, and it's made of small, densely planted saplings, which will grow very quickly upwards, competing amongst each other. And finally, I want to mention the major public activation project we're just embarking on, called Nature and Love. Love is a word very often associated with the Horniman, more than any other museum I've come up against. People say, when I say I work at the Horniman. People say, I love the Horniman. And it turns, we have because we're a sort of internationally important collection, nationally funded, but in a very local area, we have, with a vast majority local repeat audience, we have relationships over generations. So we're in a really interesting position. We can take we can make long-term engagements with our visitors. And as I've said, love of the next generation, it seems, is a powerful motivation for action around climate, particularly for this majority family audience. So Nature and Love as a project is aiming to widen our audiences by engaging more diverse segments who don't currently visit, but who do like doing activities together outdoors. And together with our existing audience, it will aim to engage everyone much more actively in action around the planetary emergency. It consists of 3 elements, 3 nodes at different points on our site. The first is a Nature Explorers Zone, where we'll create a nature-themed activity area and a new nature-themed cafe in a quiet area at the slope, a foot of a slope on our site, which isn't visited very much at the moment, which will also open up access to our half-mile nature trail, which currently is rarely visited because you actually have to leave the site to get to it. So we'll open up access to that. The second node will refurbish our natural history gallery, which has been largely untouched for over 60 years. It currently presents essentially a 3D illustration of principles of evolution and adaptation with very high level, intellectually high level labeling, and makes no mention at all of any of the issues that are concerning us now, like climate breakdown, loss of habitat and biodiversity, or pollution. The problem is it's also our most popular gallery, mainly because of the stuffed animals that are there, including the famous walrus. So we have to be very careful how, like many of you, having to update much loved galleries and not throw out the walrus with the bathwater in our case. Like any capital project, it'll take a few years to realise because we're currently in the development phase following a Stage 1 National Lottery Heritage Fund pass, and we anticipate completion in 4 years. But so if you go to the gallery now, you didn't see a lot, but we felt it important to signal that we are working on these issues. So we've mounted a series of panels on the ends of the existing cases, inviting people to take action. This one is called Gassy Grazers, talking about the problem of methane from cattle and inviting people to think about their own meat consumption, as you might expect. The new gallery will aim to present a balance between setting out what's happening with the planet now, whilst avoiding the kind of overburdening of gloomy facts and paralysis that I've mentioned as a problem to action. There will be also within it a Nature Explorers Action Zone, where visitors will be able to find out what practical actions they can take, linking them, as I said, to the numerous local groups already taking action on climate and pollution. And the third node is a new Sustainable Gardening Zone. I've just got a visualization of it there, which will transform our tatty and publicly inaccessible plant nursery into a space where people can be more actively involved in learning how to cultivate and garden more sustainably, whether it's in a window box or a large garden. People will learn about green gardening techniques, composting, growing your own vegetables, and it'll provide new opportunities for volunteering and skills development. Again, the emphasis is on active engagement and encouraging change in behaviour. Now, both Henry and Claire have mentioned this thing about encouraging change in behaviour. And this all raises the issue of the position of museums in relation to action, activation and activism amongst visitors. And we've discussed this a lot, and Claire mentioned how they've done the same at the Natural History Museum. And you might imagine I've got some colleagues pushing us to be much more activists by, for example, joining Extinction Rebellion marches as an organisation, or publicly condemning fossil fuel companies. for example. Now, as far as I'm concerned, and I've said this publicly before, museums are some of the very few institutions of the long term able to take a view way beyond short-term economic and political concerns, and so they do have a moral and ethical duty to speak out about the climate and ecological crisis and engage their publics in it. And we know from surveys that there is great public trust still in museums, and museums do have wide reach. However, one of the reasons we do have great public trust is that we are seen to be properly disinterested and acting on good scientific and historical information. And from my point of view, this trust would be in danger of erosion if we moved into organisationally supporting particular causes that are seen to be political or perhaps partisan, however much we or our colleagues might personally support them. The fact that the Horniman is government funded, of course, makes it even more sensitive. However, what we do want is our public to be well informed, both of the undeniable facts around the planetary emergency and of ways they can take positive and empowering action to make a difference. This could range from cutting down their own carbon footprint to joining campaigns, writing to politicians and business leaders, and even attending demonstrations if that's what they feel motivated to do. If there's one thing we should be doing as museums, and I'm also thinking of what's happening in the Ukraine at the moment, I think it's helping our visitors to become informed and active citizens. It's sometimes said that even if consumers make changes to live sustainably, this may make little difference without significant action by governments and large corporations. I'm not actually sure whether or not that's true, but it's only by having active citizens that a momentum will be generated for change at the level of governments and corporations. So everything that we do to help this, however small, does make a difference. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Nick. Ed,
Thanks. Do I need the clicker?
you do.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So, as it's been said, I'm not Francine Hay from the Cultural Park Keeper here at the Whitworth, although sometimes I wish I was. It's one of the most enviable roles here at the Whitworth and always gets a lot of attention when people come up for meetings and things like that. It's a great job title. Yeah, so forgive me, I thought the best way to represent Fran's work today was to stick to Fran's original script, so I'll be reading from script more than I typically would. So you'll know if I lose my way, because I might ask you if you've been to Peppa Pig World or something like that, so please, yeah, do accordingly when that happens. Yeah, so I'm just going to go through the presentation, and luckily for me as well, we've got some great members of our volunteer outdoor programme as well that are going to take you on tours at the various points in breaks and things like that, so do take part in those. So yeah, I'll go straight into the presentation. So in 2014, the Whitworth appointed a cultural park keeper, funded initially over 3 years through Esme Fairbairn Foundation funding to develop and implement a new cultural park programme. I would like to thank Esme and Maria particularly for that amazing piece of recruitment that the Whitworth and our communities are still benefiting from today and hopefully for many years to come. One of the main priorities of the cultural park programme was a commitment to develop a strand of programming dedicated not only to improving mental health of participants, but also to encourage an interest in the natural world around us, the Whitworth being a gallery in a park. The programme was focused on development of key strands: children, families and communities, drawing upon the heritage of a children's park, a dedicated focused participatory outdoor programme for early years families and children, such as our outdoor art club sessions that still carry on weekly and carried on through the pandemic also. It's been a great natural asset for us to have through the pandemic. Mass participation, we created a large and ambitious events programme, including Warp Festival, developed and delivered by young people, as well as our biannual celebration, the Foss Fair, which is our regular winter festival that attracts big audiences. Health and wellbeing, the development of new wellbeing programmes offering physical and mental health activities for people of all ages, enabling the Whitworth to understand how to programme in our outdoor spaces and explore a wide range of impacts of the cultural park programme. This is now developed into what we call the Natural Cultural Health Service, which I'll talk about a little bit in a moment. And park volunteering. The Whitworth continues to develop its community park volunteering activities, running conservation and garden activities, creating opportunities for the local community and the Friends of Whitworth Park to work together. The Friends of Whitworth Park and the gallery are currently working together to develop a new community garden area adjacent to the Denmark Road boundary, and have completed the first phase of installing a community hub that utilises the paths and raised beds. The next phase will see a construction of an outdoor classroom, composting area and sensory area. In 2018, the Whitworths received further funding from Esme Fairbairn Foundation to continue and build engagement with the nature connection and develop a health and wellbeing programme that would be at the forefront of our work around arts and health. Piloted in 2019, the Natural Cultural Health Service programme is an innovative approach that aims to improve the health and wellbeing of a participant using the natural environment as a health asset. Working alongside partners that hold expertise in green and health and wellbeing, we have developed an accessible programme that promotes positive and physical mental wellbeing. So the programme is aimed to engage individuals with nature and outdoors in order to improve their physical and mental wellbeing. Our programme is currently divided into 3 key areas: green wellbeing, our horticultural wellbeing programme GROW, conservation activities with city of trees and dementia walks; physical wellbeing through a programme of Pilates, yoga, Tai Chi, walking and mindfulness in the park; and arts for good health, which includes our Feel Good Kids Art Club, nature and culture sections in partnership with Recovery Pathways. During the pandemic, we continued to develop this green social prescribing programme through a hybrid of online and in-person activities where possible. With support from local partners such as Buzz Manchester Health and Wellbeing Service, we set up local social prescription network, inviting local community groups and services. We are building relationships with newly appointed link workers that have been assigned at local GP surgeries, and have also started discussions with colleagues at the African Caribbean Care Group, like the Caribbean and African Health Network, to explore ways to enhance collaboration and determine how the programme can better support a community that already feels even more at risk as a result of the pandemic. So, how can we push this work forward? In 2019, the Friends of Whitworth Park, in partnership with the Whitworth, were awarded a Pocket Parks grant to refurbish a very underdeveloped, isolated and hazardous corner of the park, which is just alongside the Denmark Road area, and create the infrastructure for a new community garden. Despite being hit by considerable problems caused by COVID lockdown and extremely bad winter weather, the new accessible paths, raised beds and community hub with working utilities have now been established. The new community garden aims to build social cohesion and foster a deeper community relationship with the park and nature. This will function as a productive, educational and intercultural garden featuring areas dedicated to plants used to create dyes and textiles, linking to the gallery and the collection. Plants for well-being as well as produce for eating to be shared with local food banks. The community garden will offer local people, many of whom have little or no access to garden of their own, the opportunity to come together, learn new skills and improve their health and well-being. Access to suitable green spaces is vital in our community. Limited or no access, as we know, is directly linked to the increase in health inequalities. The community garden will create a hub for those communities that reside in close proximity to the park and gallery. Working in partnership with the Friends of Whitworth Park, the community garden will provide greater volunteering opportunities. Increased chances for community engagement and participation to share knowledge and stories and experiences around growing food and production. It will not only create more opportunities for the gallery to engage with the local community, but also create new opportunities for the residents and local community to actively engage with their local park on a regular basis. Volunteers that take part in our horticultural wellbeing programme GROW have been hard at work researching, designing and clearing the site and building the raised beds in preparation to begin working with the local community in the garden. The cultivation of several plant types in the garden will attract a variety of pollinators and habitats which will support a wide range of wildlife. Activities in the community garden will create more opportunities for people to engage and learn about nature and in the simple ways in which we as individuals can play our part in the fight against climate change. But this work is not just restricted to our outdoor spaces at the Whitworth. The Whitworth's work around environmental sustainability goes far beyond our outdoor programme and its spaces. We're working to review all our operations to be more mindful, mindful and proactive of their environmental impacts. This goes across everything from our commercial operations in our cafe and shop to strategically working to reduce build and waste in our exhibition making. Where possible, all new substantial build is designed to be utilised across multiple projects where possible, such as the infrastructure you'll see within our current Suzanne Lacey exhibition will be retained and reused for the upcoming British Art Show 9 exhibition in May. A good example of this change of working as our new School of Creativity, which is an experimental shared workspace to celebrate all forms of creativity and test out new ideas. A space that we can learn together through play, making and doing. As you can see here in this shot of the Afrocats takeover last half term in February. All the build and infrastructure that you see in the space, hopefully you'll get a chance to go and have a look around the gallery and see this in person. It's just a space that you can see through these windows here. All the materials and resources in there have been reused, recycled and upcycled from previous projects, and aim to make it easier for our local constituents and partners to work and display their own outcomes in there too. There is flexible interpretation that allows for dynamic, responsive programming led by our constituent groups. This space can also be a pivotal space in how we engage visitors with how creativity and artistic thinking may address the climate emergency. For example, our current School of Creativity artists in residence, Akua Bayunu and Ibicum Baldwin, are both working on projects in relation to such issues. And Francine wanted to end with a clip from both those artists talking about those projects. Thanks. Sorry for looking down at my notes.
Fantastic.
How do we press play? Just go to the next slide. Yep.
So let's read the Akua Bayunu. Yes, artist, one of 2 artists in residence at the School of Creativity.
My name is Ibicum Baldwin. I'm a community artist and founder of ethical fashion and textile company Baldwin. I'm all about using art as a tool for social change, and I'm currently one of the artists in residence at the School of Creativity in Whitworth.
I am a sculptor in terms of my training. A very sort of traditional sculpture training at St Martin's School of Art.
In my residency, I'll be working with Manchester City's Observatory and providing a whole list of different workshops for refugees, starting with rug tufting, which has been a very fun practice to test in the space. It's a big rug tufting frame for making bigger rugs, and we've also been learning it on a smaller scale, and it will be form part of a growing kind of display of things we make together.
I listened live to a podcast they were for a Green New Deal, the Manchester Green New Deal, and they got a guest artist on talking about the impact of trees in terms of climate justice, and how there is this sort of planting trees is seen as the really good thing that you can get corporations and things to do on a local basis, but actually it's not planting trees, it's growing trees. And so people will plant trees and take no responsibility for their thriving, and it becomes a hollow and empty gesture in terms of relationship with climate. So it was a really interesting debate.
My aim for the residency is just to show people a kind of alternate use to art, to crafts and things like that, to show that you don't have to just have art that looks nice, art that's ethical or for social change, and art that's good for the environment. It's possible for them all to be in balance and arguably more enriched. So with the materials I'm using in the space, I'm using secondhand yarns I've sourced from others and things like that, trying to get materials that have been sourced in a more thoughtful way and showing not just the group I'm working with, but people who come into the gallery, how secondhand materials, things like that can be turned into things very exciting, colourful and amazing. I think what I always love about the Whitworth is that you can tell they want to engage with the community. They want to, like with the Susan Lacey exhibition, they want to showcase like these different ideas, and how amazing it will be is like this isn't just a display. This is a representation of our culture and things like that.
And this is how it's impacting. And we listened to this argument and we thought, right, what do we... And I think part of our role is to show how that can happen, how that's possible.
Great.
Thank you. So we've heard 3 brilliant examples of engaging the public as active citizens. We've now got time for questions. I think there are 2 roving mics that will come around. Unfortunately, we can't take questions from people who are listening, watching the remotely, the live stream, but they will be able to hear your questions if you wait for the microphone. And please feel free to say who you are and what museum you're from before you ask your question. Have we got the roving mics? And does anyone want to start with? We have got the roving mics. Brilliant. There's a question at the back there. That's it.
Hello, is this working? Yeah.
Yes.
Hi, it's Sarah Fisher from Open Eye Gallery. I was really interested in the first speaker and a lot of what you've been saying across the panel, which is about really the agency of people and how do we champion the agency of people that engage with our programs, but also how do we engage with their agency. And I was particularly interested in Whitworth talking about the health and wellbeing agenda and also that kind of cross-sector working. And I was just wondering whether, as we know that many people feel impotent, and we know that many people are impotent because of social injustices, I'm just wondering whether the panel could kind of talk a little bit about how we engage with those groups out there that are currently doing work in communities. So I suppose the Whitworth might be a good example of your programme where you are actually actively engaging with people who are role models, if you like. And I don't mean necessarily Extinction Rebellion. I'm talking about networks of growers or, you know, the sustainable fashion, circular fashion, those kinds of things, and how we might champion those.
Thank you. Ed, do you want to start?
Yeah, so I'll kick off with that. I think it's a really good point. I think the way that we've been trying to develop the programme here is to, I guess, make more of the work that we do in the background that is working with other people. So we rarely do anything here at the Whitworth that isn't working with somebody else and someone else out there. So a lot of the new spaces that we're developing, like School of Creativity, the Community Garden, our new Office of RTU Teal downstairs, are all spaces that really don't have a programme unless people are coming in and activating them and using them elsewhere. It's not driven by the Whitworth's agenda or our own kind of way of programming. It's through developing relationships. So all our partnerships that we're running on are kind of working with amazing organisations locally to do this work together. So through our the networks that Francine mentioned, through our social prescription model, to the artists that we're working with at School of Creativity. Yeah, it's about creating more space for those partnerships to thrive and have a kind of strength in numbers approach, I suppose, to maximise the reach of it. If that answers the question somewhat.
Yeah. Claire.
Yeah, I mean, I'd just like to agree, really. It's so particularly for the Urban Nature Project and Our Broken Planet, and increasingly now in terms of wildlife photographer, that's a long-standing programme, so it's sort of shifting it and changing it. But for those which are sort of newer programmes, really the philosophy right from the off has been there's certain things we can do and we know about, but there's an awful lot of things and a lot of audiences that we don't know, and who are the partners best that we can work with, where we've kind of got common agency, common agendas, where we can come together. So rather than just working with people that are the same as us, actually we're sort of finding we get sort of more benefit and, you know, the audiences benefit more, the programme is richer if we can find and work with partners where we've both got a lot to learn from each other. And I think that's very, very much been the approach. So for the Urban Nature Project, we've been working, well, one of the principal partners has been the Prince's Trust. You know, they have huge knowledge and expertise around many kind of disenfranchised youth audiences. And we've done a lot of kind of working with them, asking them what do they need, what tools do they need, and therefore how can we kind of co-create sort of training packages which work for them, work for us. So it's kind of a new way of working for us as a national museum, I would say. But we're learning as we go, and actually we're just finding the whole thing, we just feel that what we do is better because of it, which maybe is an obvious thing to say, but as I say, from a national museum perspective, it's not always the way in which I guess we've operated. So yeah, we're very much on that journey right now.
Nick, you engage local communities.
Just a few sort of supplementary points. Yes, we're very much on a journey as well. Our community engagement team at the Horniman, again over generations, has worked in partnership with all sorts of organisations, particularly those in healthcare settings. I think because the whole climate and ecological issue hasn't come so much to the fore until recently, we haven't embedded it. Well, we are in the process of embedding it into what we do. And the first step, I think, perhaps typically, was saying, well, we must do everything ourselves because it's ours. You know, we do exhibitions, we do programs, we do them ourselves, we author it. And so we put a huge amount of work in the Environment Champions Club, providing our own resources, which were very good. But actually, after a while, we realised that there were many other organisations out there who were much more skilled and experienced than we were, and we were not sufficiently mature, I suppose, in our approach to realise that it was much better for everybody if we let go of our idea of authority and authorship and worked with others. So we're beginning to do that much more now. So as I said, the club is now moving to an Environment Champions community, which will act much more as a network where we will continue to do some of our own things on site and our own programs, but we'll connect people who are connected to us with other organisations who are doing really great work out there. And to give you one example, we are hosting, or have hosted for some time now, the offices of the London Environmental Educators Forum, who themselves a network. So I think one of the things museums, and as Ed's been showing, the Whitworth is a really good example. Museums obviously have spaces and resources, and we have that public funding which allows us to do collaborative work. We can provide a really useful forum and a physical space for organisations that don't have them at the moment, to provide them with a platform and an audience. So that's really how we're seeing ourselves as evolving.
Thank you. Got a question?
Yes, thank you. I'm Paddy Rogers from National Maritime Museum, Royal Museums, Greenwich. I think this morning's been really exciting, and I just wanted to pick up on something that was said in our first session, which was politics, economics and culture. These are the causes of the climate crisis. And I think that Nick has spoken to it, but obviously there's been a bit of tiptoeing around the point at which certain things have to be changed and challenged. If we're in the middle of a mass extinction event, when are we going to confront rather than comply and educate? And I think that's something we should talk about, because I think we have talked about it, and Nick's talked to it a bit, but I think that needs to be addressed more clearly, because the thing that really occurs to me is that our planet is not broken. Our society is broken. The planet will recover. Humanity won't find it habitable. And so it's a social problem. And I think the risk is that we talk about it in mechanistic or engineering terms, but those aren't the solutions.
Claire, do you want to respond to that?
Well, I agree with you, really. I mean, it is an economic. I mean, you know, there's the great. When I sort of really began to understand how serious all of this was, actually from an extraordinary Lancet report a number of years ago, which kind of coined the term planetary health. So it was still coming at it from a human perspective, but it actually sort of showing all of that actually it was all of the kind of social, the economic, the kind of the world drivers which were actually leading to the huge disruptions across, you know, all of the planetary boundaries, whether we're talking about biodiversity, climate, you know, different, you know, nitrogen, ozone, all of the planetary boundaries, and therefore how that we as a species on this planet were not necessarily, well, I don't think it's an existential threat necessarily, but it's certainly a sort of major threat across, as we know, so many different communities, and different communities suffering disproportionately because of what's going on. Certainly from our perspective, through Our Broken Planet, and to a certain extent, I think through the wildlife photographer, but certainly through Our Broken Planet, we actually use that as the opportunity to have those more, what I would call kind of challenging dialogues, conversations, which actually cross the boundary from the science, from the facts, but bringing in the politics, bringing in the economics through those dialogues and through those discussions. And we have to. We can't fix them all, but at least we can, which is why I put the one up there about the polymetallic nodules down there in the ocean, because that actually is a big economic question. How, if we want to transition away from carbon, and we think that an easy solution is therefore to turn to batteries, it's not an easy solution, actually. It's a really complicated, difficult problem that requires, if you like, us as, democratic beings to actually have a say in. So we have to understand all of the consequences. So that's very much, for me, why that programme is so much more powerful, because it's coming at it from the perspective of human impact, not just saying, here's the natural world.
Nick, you've made the case for not being overtly political, but Paddy is challenging you in that.
Well, it's a really important issue for us to discuss. To be really clear, I don't myself think it's appropriate to say, follow Extinction Rebellion, say, as a government-funded, or as any museum, or condemn BP. However, it would be, for example, entirely possible that this conference, drawing together representatives of museums from right across the country, put forward a statement, agreed at conference, urging the government and business to do more around, in the light of all of the recent reports and so on. That is not political. That is saying we, as disinterested, scientifically informed organisations with the long-term interest, we add our voice to the urgency. Whether that will make much difference, I don't know, but it would get some traction, and it would at least say something. I don't know, Paddy, if you had any more thoughts in sense, do you feel Royal Museums Greenwich should say we support, direct action around climate change or something like that? What might we do that would do more?
The trouble is that we start from we're so lost in the debate that the example that I would give that I think is something that I'd like to work on, but I've got to get some support within the people who work at the museum rather than just sort of dictate from the top, is that we could do an exhibition, for instance, using our ship models that showed how we had progressed from 1850 and largely sail-based shipping, which was carbon neutral, to a massively destructive system of shipping, because we'd never counted carbon cost in the pricing of the fuels that we adopted. They looked cheap, and the market didn't price them properly because we never understood environmental damage. Now we do. Of course, the shipping industry will reprice fuel, and it will change the shipping industry works, and that's a major debate going on in that industry. But it's one that we could play a part on in educating the public as to what the changes could be. But there's quite a lot of work to be done. It could be in terms of actually putting it together with the resources we have, we're deeply challenged. But that's the sort of thing where I think we could make an effort to try to get to the heart of the fact that hydrocarbons were only effective because we didn't price their pollution damage.
Thank you. We're going to move on to our next question. Another question. Yes, the gentleman at the back.
Hello everyone, Ben Munn, Mortis Consulting. We work with about 20 different museums across the UK. First of all, I'd like to applaud all your initiatives, getting out there and engaging with your audiences. I'd be interested to hear how much of that is you feeling you're being proactive, and how much is that being driven by your audiences asking the questions. And the second part of the question is, as we get more informed audiences, is there a risk to museums, and a lot of people in the room may be feeling, that if you haven't got your own house in order, there's a risk it undermines that messaging? If, for example, those visitors are coming and they're looking at the supply chain for the shop, the catering, how you operate your buildings, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. Ed, do you want to talk about supply chains and community?
Well, more community than supply chains in my... I think it's absolutely, I think it's about progress over perfection, not for want of a better cliche at this moment, isn't it? About kind of getting on and getting involved in the things that we can do. We are finding that we're trying to get more involved and kind of transition more into, I guess, more people from the communities informing the broader work that we do than us kind of broadcasting out. And I think we're probably somewhere along that road, but nowhere near the end of it. But I think that's comes through the partnership. So we're driven not by the individual communities, but also by the organisations that we work with, and we look to different specialist areas to help guide us. I think in certain areas we're definitely not the experts or the leaders. I think it's about being honest about your position and kind of forging authentic programmes from there.
Claire?
Can you remind me of the first question? Sorry, my brain is so...
Right. It was, is the impetus coming from internal or from external?
Sorry, my brain is so pathetic. Suddenly it went out of my head. So yeah, first question, absolutely. When we were developing our strategy, we actually did a lot of sort of consultation with all sorts of different people, whether they knew the museum, didn't know the museum, knew it well, etc., etc. And what was really interested in that was actually when we did the analysis, actually where the differences lay were not in terms of people's relationship to us as an institution, but actually it was an age relationship. So those older audiences, and this came out very strongly across everyone, older audiences kind of said our role was predominantly to look after the collections, and younger audiences were saying actually our role was to be an organisation that actually cared and spoke out and protected the environment and had that bigger voice. So that was, and we actually, I mean, that was important. That was an important bit of information for us in terms of as we were developing the strategy and where we wanted to go. But it was interesting to us that there was this kind of dichotomy that we saw amongst audiences, but very much split down an age group. And your second one, absolutely. I mean, we can't go out there and say, you know, that this is important unless we kind of get our own house in order. And we've done an enormous amount of work. If you look on the website, we've got a thing, it's called sort of Sustainable by Nature, where we've looked across all of our kind of scope 1, 2 and 3 emissions. Where do we put most of our focus? Most of it is actually around scope 1, you know, in terms of all of the energy sources. Not easy when you've got the kinds of buildings, and we have committed to zero carbon by 2035. And we've got a plan in place. It will require investment to get there, and we're now beginning to really understand our scope 3. We're working a lot across all of our supply chains. We've worked with our caterer to really understand you know, where the food is coming from. We've got more and more messaging out there with our audiences in terms of you know, what are the carbon miles of the cup of coffee they might be drinking, etc. So yeah, we're doing a huge amount because we felt absolutely that we can't be going out with some strong messages without really understanding what we're doing. And also huge amount of internal pressure from colleagues that's what we should be doing as well, which is great, you know, fantastic. Everybody internally believes this is important.
It's interesting that you mentioned the age differential. We have in our most recent membership survey a different area of activism, but a complete division between our older members and our younger student art pass members about how activist they want their organisation to be. And I wonder whether it is across the board with other organisations as well here. Nick, do you want to talk about external pressure and internal, or supply chain?
Well, as I said at the beginning, we were responding to concerns raised by our audiences. I mean, it wasn't a comprehensive survey, but it was some feedback, and it's been received very well. So there is, I think, an appetite, given our particular audience. In relation to supply chain, yeah, I mean, to echo Ed, you know, the best should not be the enemy of the good. You've got to start somewhere. We have to live with imperfection. We have to understand it's never finished. It's a journey, and be prepared. You know, when people say, "Well, why am I still seeing plastic in our shop?" Then we have to explain and brief our staff that actually it's really difficult to supply, to just switch the supply trains to completely get rid of plastic. It has been done in our cafe. It'll take a little bit longer, you know, but the whole sector, the way we do exhibitions, the way we do conservation, there's a lot of plastic in conservation. There's a long journey to go to replace things, just like in the medical profession. There's a lot of plastic that still needs to be there. There's some things that it's going to take a long time before we are completely sustainable, whatever is meant by that, as Henry pointed out.
If I could just say one more thing as well, the thing that I found really kind of wonderful actually in terms of the strategy, the creating advocates for the planet, So I think before we would have something which sort of talked about, you know, we do public engagement and we do science. But what this has done has actually enabled wherever you sit in the organisation, whether you are, you know, whether you're sort of sitting in the retail team or, you know, whether you're sitting front of house, wherever you are, you can actually work out, well, what is my role in the context of that sort of broader mission? And so it really has, you know, all sorts of things have happened which haven't been sort of centrally directed or controlled, but because people want themselves to investigate and kind of think about their role in the context of the museum. So it really has galvanised real action across the whole piece, which has been, yeah, really, really wonderful to see.
Lovely. We've got time for one more question, I think. Any? Yes, at the front here.
I haven't got a microphone, but I've got quite a loud voice.
Let's see if we can pick you up.
Hi, I'm Famata Conte. I work at the Manchester International Festival. I was just thinking about that example, Nick, that you gave of the young person motivated to go and write to their MP, and I'm like, that's it. That's the what's the title of this discussion? Engaging the public as active citizens. Because I think for better or worse, these are the systems that we're within, and actually as citizens by that active engagement. So I just wonder if there's something any of you might want to talk about that, because it's not about kind of saying you must go and do this with the information that you've received here, but what that meant for you in the museum, or any other ways that you kind of, yes, that citizenship piece. How do you get people to kind of understand that they are a citizen and that they have agency, but without being didactic and forceful? I don't know if I've actually asked the question there, but I hope you get what I mean. Thank you.
Who wants to start?
Shall I start? Yeah. It's a difficult one to get right, yes. But I think by providing more opportunities for people to take action should they wish. So at the moment, the traditional museum exhibition will be some panels and an exhortation, perhaps, and you go away. And kind of, we never really know. What we're planning in our refurbished gallery, where we have that Nature Explorers Action Zone, it's to give leaflets, information, contact details of organisations that are active in campaigning and so on. So to provide a forum. I mean, again, the Whitworth and Manchester Museum is doing this kind of work already. Also creating opportunities for conversation, I think, is really important, because people are probably the best means of sort of signposting further action. And also, if we are promoting or encouraging emotional responses, we'll need to think about what that means. If somebody's upset, we need to provide some kind of support or management of that on site through a conversation, and that itself could then channel that emotion into a positive action. But I think most of us are still quite an early stage of thinking about that. But ultimately it's thinking about it and providing opportunities actively rather than just sort of hoping it'll happen.
Ed, promoting positive action?
Yeah, I think I completely agree with the question or the sentiment behind the statement. But yeah, I don't have a kind of exact answer how to do it. But I think, again, it's about creating the space for that conversation to go on. It's about creating more opportunities in spaces like the Whitworth and other institutions for groups and gatherings beyond just kind of the art world set and kind of the cultural sector. So a lot of the work that we're doing in the team is about how the gallery and the particular civic engagement team that I work with, how do we get so many relationships and partnerships that kind of entwine us into the local community here, so people do see us as a space that's kind of actively involved in that conversation, has a useful role in it, and people can come to us for help appropriately and things like that in different sectors. So yeah, I think it's just about building the networks and relationships, so it's not just you come here to do the art bit of what you're doing, you come here to be involved in something and that's actually got a wider net from there.
Claire?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. One of the things we've sort of experimented with in Our Broken Planet is with our science educators, what they're doing, rather than educating or informing. We've got a number of sort of zones in that section which basically enable conversation and discussion, and you can, and there's some sort of stuff you can move around on a wall. One is around food, And so that what they do is basically just start conversations with people that come in about what they think, how they've responded to the exhibition, or if there's anything that has particularly affected them. And then actually, sometimes they'll sort of play the game with the food. What kind of food would you eat and wouldn't you eat? And it's interesting to talk to the science educators, because they say that's very, very different to how they've operated previously, where they've felt their role is to impart information, and here they feel that their role is to actually just open up a conversation. And we're still looking and learning in terms of the impact from everything that we're doing through that programme. But I think that has very much led to a very different kind of interaction with the people that have come in, rather than people feeling they're just being talked at, but actually people then asking their own questions and asking questions of themselves as well.
Thank you. We're going to continue the conversation over lunch, which has brilliantly been quietly set up in the back of the hall here. There's also the Carbon Literacy Lounge downstairs in the South Gallery, waiting for us to go and explore there. But before we stop, and in the kind of wisdom of do less harm and the best not being the enemy of the good, I think we've started the inspiration for today. So please join me in thanking Ed and Claire and Nick.
So next week, one of two artists in residence.
Hi everyone. Could the speakers for the next session come up to the front? We're going to gather again in a moment.
Okay, hi everyone, welcome back after lunch. I hope you enjoyed the cakes. I have to say, Whitworth, that is the best conference cake spread I've seen. I'm a big connoisseur of cakes. My name is Sarah Casson. I'm Sustainability Lead at the Victoria and Albert Museum. You can learn about our activities, lots of. Just have a look at Sustainability V&A. I'm not here to talk necessarily about what we're doing, but if you want to find out about People, Place, Programme, you can see our action plan. We're all about sharing our data and information. So if you want to see what we've been up to, please do have a look. We make everything very kind of public and open. But I'm also here in my role as Climate Change Trustee for the Museums Association. So I wanted to share a little bit before the session started about the MA campaign, which we're going to be launching this year. So we're really looking to further raise awareness, champion change, and really get museums to reduce their own organisational footprint. And Museums Association will advocate on behalf of the sector to increase resources, to facilitate partnership working on climate and ecological issues. And also we're doing things like, embedding sustainability and climate knowledge in new professional development competencies, or, that sounds much better, thank you, increasing including climate crisis, ecological crisis in our programme for workforce events. So there's lots going on there. But this session is about net zero. And as someone said earlier, you've got to be really careful about how you use the term. It's very easily bandied about. People use it as kind of like a label or a sticking plaster. There's lots of sound bites and lots of focus on accounting. So we really want to try and unpick the issues with some of our speakers about what net zero means for museums. Scopes 1, 2 and 3 is one thing to get your head around the terminology. Actually dealing with those emissions, as we've been finding out, like tackling our scope 3, is mind-blowing. So we're really here to try and kind of unpick some of those ideas, have a really good conversation afterwards. And remember, net zero is very much in the context of kind of holistic sustainability. There's no point just looking at one bit, just looking at emissions, if you aren't looking at kind of all the other elements of planetary health and sustainable development. So, as someone said earlier, one of my colleagues from the HE sector, who's now gone, said, there's nothing new under the sun, and we're all just lifting stones at different times. So we're all finding out different things and implementing different activities at our museums at different times, but if we go together, then we'll go far. So we've got three wonderful speakers here who have joined us. You've got the autobiographies in your conference packs. We have Simon Branson from Field & Clegg's Bradley Studios, Craig Bentley from the Science and Industry Museum, and Naomi Garnett from the Quaker Tapestry Museum. So we're going to start with Simon. Everyone's going to do 10-minute presentations, lots of time for questions, so please do grill the panel, and then we're going to go into a breakout session. So take it away, Simon.
Thank you very much. That works. I was just going to briefly talk about carbon choices, but before that I was just going to reflect on a few other things, and I think one of the things that Henry said earlier is that I wrote my thesis as an architect student on the American nuclear test program. And it's always struck me since writing this thesis that building and collections of buildings and museums and galleries are a peacetime activity. So I think the fundamental, we're in a privileged position that we can discuss the future of the museum. So I think in the world climate that we've got at the moment, it's just something I think is really important. I've been involved with a number of art galleries. I worked for MoMA previously, who did this gallery, which finished 7 years ago now. And I've been delivering a few other things. This is mainly FCB's projects that I'm going to talk about. The other big news, I think, in 2020 was that the amount of the weight of human-made materials on the planet outweighed that of the weight of the biodiversity that's on the planet. And I think that really has triggered a lot of conversations that we've had since. Like everyone here, we've been on our own carbon journey. So we've been mapping out what it means to be an architect and what it means to get to a net zero carbon building. Fundamentally, that's very difficult. It's very difficult to do in a building, but it's very difficult to get this journey to go forward with the amount of projects that you get. So fundamentally, we need to collaborate. That's one of the key things that we have to do in order that science, technologies, the ways of doing things, the way of procuring things is all shared so that we can have reiterations of progress. So this basically, I worked on this project for 7 years. So if lots of people have signed up to a 2030 net zero carbon to be for institutions, but that's a real challenge in terms of how many iterations we've got left to get this right. I think, so the more we share, the more we'll know. The other thing that is really challenging, I think, is that we have come predominantly out of a generation where energy has been cheap. Energy is cheap to run buildings, and it's been cheap to build buildings. And that is a psyche that has to be broken. And that is a fundamental challenge to the way we think about things, which is just kind of mind-boggling. But I think it's something that we really need to embrace. For example, the 21 degrees C and 50% relative humidity, 24/7 for 365 days a year, is the International Museum standard. That requires energy to achieve that. It requires a lot of energy to achieve that. Humidification is really, I know it's damaging to artifacts, I know it's damaging to objects if it raises and falls pretty quickly, but like at the V&A, the Medieval Renaissance galleries that we did there, we looked at controlling that in a different way, in a conservation heating strategy, and that came to the fruition in this gallery as well here. So that we can think about, visitors wearing coats in the winter and wearing, taking, short sleeves in the summer, perhaps, so that we're not necessarily always giving the artifact, when we're potentially destroying the world at large, the climate that it needs. Now, that's something to think about, I think. Lighting, the use of daylight is also, I think, really important in galleries. So we did the South Bank Centre recently, and part of the major project that we did was to open up the gallery and redo the roof lights. Those roof lights give that gallery up to 1,000 lux when they're fully open every day. So you can easily light a gallery, which again is kind of free energy in, I suppose. And that idea that we've always used energy to run the galleries that we all know and love. The roof lights can drop down easily to 200 lux, or they can be closed off entirely. So, but I think it's just, the point of this really is that we all have choices to make. Every choice that we make in developing a project, in developing a gallery, and even running a gallery, has a carbon cost. And to date, we have not known what that cost is. That cost is still kind of ephemeral, really, and doesn't really kind of also influence the decision making that we've had to date. At the Yorkshire Sculpture Park, this is our underground gallery there. This is really where I want to just talk about materials. So running buildings is one side of it, but the other side of it is what materials you use to do the buildings from. So hygroscopic materials like the lime plaster that we have in Victorian buildings can help control humidity. Other materials such as steel and concrete, which have dominated not just gallery design and museum design for a generation, at least post-war. Most construction is in that vein, but it's very energy intensity and high intensity demand. So it's not saying that those things can't be used, obviously, but it's just understanding, I think, the questions that you have and understanding the carbon related to that. Redundancy is the next thing. So we did the RAF at Hendon. This is not necessarily criticising that, but again, we look to build in redundancy. We want to hang a mini off the wall quite often in art galleries. We want to be able to have walls that can hold whatever we want, whatever the artist wants, whatever it is. Now, is that right? That might be right, and again, but that comes with a capital cost, but it also comes with a carbon cost. Perhaps we can do things like we've talked about reusing materials in a way that the gallery can change. You know, do we always have to hang a tank off the ceiling? The Spanish galleries that we've just finished in Auckland, I think, like in all architecture and all construction, reuse is key, really. If we've got something, can we reuse it? Can we reuse it again? Because the carbon that we've got in that building has already been accounted for in the atmosphere. Do we have to knock it down, etc., etc.? I think the more we can reuse, which from an architectural point of view is challenging, and I think from a commissioning a kind of project is challenging, because often we want bigger and better and bolder and different, and we don't want to be the same as the gallery was before, and all of those things. But really, sometimes maybe it's just about looking at what we've got. So it's something to evaluate. Interestingly, if in the carbon world, and I'll come on to this a little bit in a minute, but reuse isn't as positive as doing a timber building, which in the calculations and the science is a challenge if the carbon kind of calculations become to the forefront. My next point is to reuse again. So again, at the South Bank, there was a competition. It was looking at potentially remodelling this building to a much greater extent than was allowed for. We wanted to just reuse it. We estimated that we saved 22,000 metres cube of concrete by not demolishing this building, which is about 15.7 thousand tonnes of CO2 and is about 23.5 years of electricity that this building has. And this building is also being run to the 50% humidity, 21 degrees C. So by not knocking it down, we saved 23.5 years of electricity use in this building. The other part about reusing buildings is they don't always get it right, like we're in one today that I've worked on, but again, airtightness is something that has transformed. And by making this building more airtight, we've created a much more stable environment. Sometimes, like our project at the V&A, it's maybe about not doing very much at all. So obviously this is the Queen's collection of Raphaels. They weren't going anywhere. They're highly pressured and protected pieces. And we've created LED lighting, we've put in, we've restored the mosaic and we've painted the walls, but fundamentally there's not a lot to do it. But the space is transformed. It's now a new visitor attraction for the V&A. And then finally the plug. So Peter Clegg, who set our practice up in 1978 on the back of the oil crisis, has been at the forefront of sustainable design and now kind of carbon conscious design for a generation. Because of that, we formed and created FCBS Carbon, which is a tool which can be used at the very early stages of development to look at carbon in construction. So carbon in capital projects, really. So it's both what you're going to build your building out of, as well as the materials that you're going to do that for, and then the running costs all come together in a nice, wholesome package that basically gives you these graphs. So I did have a whole presentation that was full of graphs, and I thought that was so dull that I rewrote it, and I've got a few here just to show you. But the idea is that you can basically see at a very early stage, roughly speaking, how green and carbon conscious your project can be. I mean, it takes into account the life cycle costs, so, you know, repainting, reglazing, and all of those things that it can do are also embedded in the calculation. So it gives you an idea very early on. And then because we loved it so much, we released it to industry, and we've had 3,200 downloads. That's slightly out of date, it's gone up now. And so there's a whole set of people that have downloaded it, and the only premise we want is that you give us feedback on our tool. So that's it. Thank you very much.
That's great. Thank you so much, Simon. And I think that's really interesting. This is a free tool, so people download it. Coming from out of sector, I was really fascinated when I came to museums. I was like, there's so much out there already that other sectors have done that you could just pick up and implement without too much extra work. And you don't necessarily need to be a sustainability professional to do so. So I'd very much encourage you to use tools and kind of information from outside the sector inside your own work. So we're now going to move on to Greg.
Thank you. So for those who have not been able to meet so far today, my name is Craig Bentley. I'm State Operations Director for the Science Museum Group. And in terms of the discussion, I'd like to share a few slides and some information with you, hopefully in terms of inspiring your own journeys and work across your own estate. So just as a bit of context for the Science Museum Group itself and the estate that I'm responsible for, we have 5 museums across the country, as well as a really large site that hosts our National Collection Centre in Wroughton in Swindon. It's a very diverse estate. We've got new buildings and, as you've just heard, buildings that we control the environment in, a very high specification. But we've also got a number of listed buildings and historic assets across the estate. And that diversity really presents some particular challenges for us as we move forward. In terms of our own carbon accounting and our own carbon breakdown, carbon footprint I should say, the Scope 3 emissions easily provide the biggest challenge for us as a group, encompassing about 94% of our carbon footprint. And a case study that I'll come on to shortly, which specifically focuses on the Scope 1 and 2, the 6%, is some fantastic work and really speaks hopefully to our ability as a group to deliver tangible projects, tangible work towards this journey towards net zero. But in terms of our own footprint, as I said, Scope 3 without doubt is the biggest challenge that we've got. So there's some things that we're trying to do to address this as a Science Museum Group. Fundamentally, we've put together a net zero committee chaired by our Deputy Director, and that's very much about trying to encompass buy-in across the group to make sure that sustainability is something that everyone feels a degree of ownership of, that it isn't just one department or the estate department that takes responsibility for some of those aspects, and that's been hugely beneficial. We've been able to translate that into new sustainability policies and strategies, which again is great, helps give us direction in terms of how we would like to move forward. But then we've also tried to empower the local workforce and individuals who are interested in sustainability across the museums with our local sustainability plans. And we've actually now recruited to a new role for a sustainability manager, Hayley Marks, if you get a chance to meet Hayley today. So it's about trying to put in the right resource and the right skill and the right expertise around the organisation to help us move those things forward. The supply chains in particular, I think, is an area for us as a group, like it will be, I'm sure, for many of you in your organisations. With 5,000 suppliers to work with, that 94% I mentioned, stands in real contrast to anything that we might do around Scope 1 and 2. So we've tried to engage early with those supply chains, working with the top 15 suppliers within that thread to try and understand their maturity around sustainability and reduction in carbon. And what we found, unsurprisingly, is an awful lot of the suppliers we work with themselves are either just starting out on this journey, or in terms of things that might be taxing them at the moment, like world crises or what we've gone through around the pandemic. Sustainability has fallen down their agenda as well. So we're trying to help them understand what we see as our pathway, our journey forward, in the hope that they can support us with that. The procurement guidelines, we think, in terms of the selection of the organisations that we work with in terms of our suppliers, we feel is key, and we're trying to come up with things like a supply charter and other measurements or the weightings we can add to our procurement to help us work with like-minded organisations. But we know we're also realistic. We appreciate that certainly as it is now at the moment, that's likely to bring a premium, and the more selective you are with those supply chains, the more challenges you're likely to face in terms of achieving that value for money. But it's, in terms of decarbonising, it's still really important for us as a group that we pursue that. And in and amongst that Scope 3, and as I said, a lot of this does lean towards some of the estate aspects or the built environment, which I'll come on to with a small case study. We're still doing some of the great work where we can across the group. Biodiversity, our tree planting programme that we've got at NCC in partnership with the Woodland Trust, and trying to understand how we can bring that biodiversity across our different sites, which, as I mentioned, are quite diverse in terms of their makeup. So thinking towards the estate and coming back to the Scope 1 and 2 emissions, One of the challenges that we've got as an organisation that's quite project-led in delivering our exhibitions, our galleries, or even our infrastructure programmes across the estate, was trying to deliver a degree of consistency, common language, if you like, so that we could have buy-in from multiple teams, because ultimately a lot of the language, certainly that I've experienced around sustainability, particularly in the built environment, isn't always that accessible. I know when I came into the industry and wasn't necessarily that au fait with a lot of the language around those technical aspects of estate management that touched on sustainability, struggling for the difference between your ground source and your air source, and probably starting out thinking geothermal was something that you thought about in terms of your dress sense in the winter rather than something on the estate. For us, designing tools or frameworks for the rest of the organisation to work with was paramount. And one of the first things we did to implement that was to come up with a decarbonisation strategy that focused on 4 key pillars across the organisation. The first one of those pillars, which in some ways is the longest lasting or the most impactful, at least for our estate, has been around the building fabric itself. How can we insulate our buildings? How can we work on the air tightness that you heard mentioned to give us a suite of changes that offered more efficiency for those buildings? Once we considered that as a first pillar, then how could we change the appliances that we've got in operation across the estate? The majority of our estate is heated through traditional gas boilers, so how could we embrace low carbon technology and do that in a way that the group was able to manage in terms of resource and expectation? Another key aspect, which again is still a very live challenge for us, is around building management systems. So our buildings are generally heated or operated against traditional set points that we have across the estate, where we're trying to be much more ambitious now and overlay things like occupancy data. So do we actually heat our buildings at the time when most of our visitors are present? Or do we just switch the heating on at 6 a.m. in the morning because that's what we've done for the last 10 or 20 years? And those building management systems will be key for us in terms of understanding where our energy is consumed and the changes that we can make to hopefully reduce that footprint. And then finally, one of the most simple changes is just to understand our measurement through metering and monitoring. So again, I mentioned those being able to make small changes to the operation of our buildings to then measure the impact. For some of our estates, it's difficult to measure the impact because the electricity or the gas meter starts and stops at the front door. So we've got no idea whether particular exhibitions or parts of our estate are consuming more or less energy than others. And it's helped in terms of the mindset and the organisation thinking about energy as a commodity. We spend an awful lot of money on our energy bills, and I'm sure we're all fearful at the moment of where those energy bills are about to go. So having that culture, if you like, or those behaviours within the organisation that thinks about the impact individual or group choices can make on energy, I think is key. And we've set some targets as well, some quite ambitious targets alongside that 2033 net zero target to hopefully see us use more renewables across the group, but fundamentally to use less energy to operate the museums. So onto a case study, which again hopefully resonates as we sit here today in Manchester at our Science and Industry Museum. Absolutely incredible venue. For those that have not visited, please do so. On average, certainly pre-pandemic, we probably see around 650,000 visitors a year. It's a museum that's loved by citizens of Manchester, but also internationally, with up to 20% of our visitors coming from international audiences, and a real majority of family visitors as well. An incredible site in itself, as well as the museum in terms of its historic significance. The first intercity passenger railway station connecting Manchester and Liverpool back in the 1830s, and then played a key role in terms of warehousing and distribution, and obviously the Industrial Revolution that Manchester's quite famous for. So, you know, a phenomenal site, but in terms of attributes and things that we could learn from and benefit from an estate perspective, we've undertaken a significant project to help move forward the site's net zero credentials. So the one building I'll focus on, a building called the Power Hall that previously housed and still currently does our historic machinery and our story of steam for the museum across site. a building that was heavily dilapidated through underinvestment over many, many years, and despite its historic value, had fallen into quite a state of disrepair. So we've launched a multi-million-pound project to do all of the key things in terms of the protection of that asset, repairing the roof, dealing with the fabric issues, and making sure that it's, you know, it's wind and water tight for future generations, which is key. But through additional funding, we've also been able to take that opportunity to do more, and again to help us along that four-pillar approach to decarbonisation. So first, in terms of the roof replacement, we've been able to introduce additional insulation, replace the glazing with improved materials that hopefully help the air tightness and the thermal efficiency of the building, which again is likely to bring down the amount of energy we consume to heat it for our visitors. Even as far as the steam production and the way we power the steam machinery on site, rather than a gas boiler, that will be done with an electric steam boiler in future. And again, in terms of the controls and everything that we've got to wrap around that solution, help us measure and monitor to make sure that the building operates much more efficiently than it did before. But the real exciting part, and the bit where I think as a group we're really stretching ourselves, and this is something again I hope resonates with individuals and organisations here, even for the things that were brand new to us or we didn't necessarily understand. You know, I'm really proud that the group is able to push these things forward in terms of ambition around net zero. So the picture you can see here is a huge borehole drilling rig that's just placed 2 boreholes within the site, around about 90 metres deep, to tap into an ancient underground aquifer on the Chester pebble bed. So essentially, you know, an underground water table where we're going to extract water around sort of 10-11 degrees from the ground. We'll extract the heat from that water and then we'll re-inject it into another borehole elsewhere on site. And what that essentially creates for us is an underground, or rather a heat network across the site, and it allows us to power the power hall through that renewable energy source and to heat the building through something that's much more sustainable and much lower carbon than we otherwise did do previously. We've been able to do that because we've bid for and been successful in a public sector decarbonisation scheme grant, and that's something that we hope to be able to bid for and access in future. But actually, from an estate perspective, it was about recognising that dealing with such a historic site, but one that had this amazing facility for us to access in terms of renewables, was a real game changer for how the site is heated and powered, but also in terms of the benchmark it sets then for the other museums and the rest of the estate as we move forward. So now we're beginning to access that groundwater source, and we're also aiming to remove 515 tonnes of CO2 from the site's operation, which again sets such a high standard for the group to reach for in future, and something that we're really keen to replicate. So that's really the mini case study that I wanted to touch on. As I said, the thing I've benefited most from is talking to like-minded individuals and organisations about their experiences and the projects that they've undertaken. Hopefully, in terms of seeing a very small example here, that also gives some inspiration to others. I'd love to hear from you and your projects to see what we can learn as a group, particularly for the estate. And if there's any benefit in terms of seeing this today or chatting to me afterwards, again, I'd love to do that to support you in your journeys towards net zero. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Craig. It's really good to have that kind of nuts and bolts example of things that are going on the ground. And we're kind of moving in scale from Science Museum Group. Naomi's going to talk to us about action happening at the Quaker Tapestry Museum.
So, hello everyone, my name's Naomi and I work at the Quaker Tapestry Museum, which hopefully some of you will have heard of. We're a very small museum based in Kendal on the edge of the Lake District, and the majority of our collection is made up of 77 tapestry panels that were created by the Quaker community. So a lady called Anne Wynne Wilson, an accomplished embroiderer, started the project to create a series of tapestries telling the history of Quakerism and the beliefs around Quakerism, and that project started in 1981. More than 4,000 men, women and children in 15 countries have had a hand in making these tapestries. And they are now, after moving around for many years, they are now on display in the Georgian Meeting House in Kendal. So we're very lucky to have them there. I wanted to focus on one particular panel that we have within the collection. And this panel is named Ecology. So British Quakers have regularly revised a collection of advices and queries. So this is a document helping Quakers to understand their beliefs and how they approach the world. And it's regularly updated. In 1964, this was the first time that they referenced responsibility for the environment. And it was revised in 1994 with the words, "We do not own the world, and its riches are not ours to dispose of at will." So from the beginning of the Quaker tapestry, this idea around the environment and ecology has been very central to the beliefs within the Quaker community, but also within the Quaker Tapestry Museum. And this is seen within the collection, particularly within this panel. So just to explain a little bit what you can see in this panel, at the top, hopefully you can all see that. At the top you can see where things are going wrong. So there's smoke and noxious gases from industry and transport. And in the centre, taking up the majority of the panel, is ways that things can be improved. So at the bottom, there's some ducks. I don't know if you can make them out. Those were embroidered by children, free-range ducks. There's a small frog that you might be able to spot, which represents one of the endangered species. At the top left, there's a farm that's been using organic husbandry and hedges to guard against soil erosion, and they are using companion planting to help with pests. The plants at the forefront of the image are an informal planting scheme to encourage wildlife corridors. And in the background is an example of zero-carbon eco-home, providing a model for the architecture of the future. I don't know how accurate that is now today, how things have evolved. But this is really kind of aspirational, showing what Quakers wanted to see happening. And it's something that we can see within our organisation, that part of who we are is thinking about our impact on the environment. And that's from our trustees down to our volunteers. It's something that can be seen throughout the organisation. And although we are a small organisation, we only have 8 members of staff, we have a very small operating budget, we are actually already doing things, although maybe not with a big strategic plan and a large budget. And last year, we took part in the Museum Carbon Stories, which was a social media campaign in the lead up to the COP26. And it really gave us an opportunity to think about what we're already doing and shout about that as well and let other people know what we were doing. So we've got some, this is taken from our website. We have blog posts about all the different things. So if you wanted to go and read a bit more detail, please do visit the website. So we've got examples of talking about the ecology tapestry that I just mentioned, about how the friends who share the building with us, so the meeting house that we're based in is still a place of worship, and during the summer, partly because of the pandemic, meeting for worship started to be held outside, and that gave the people that attended an opportunity to connect with nature, as the museum has a garden where they could worship. We have one of the blog posts from Soil to Plate is about our partnership with the organisation that runs our cafe. like most museums, it's important that we have a cafe on site. Visitors expect to be able to get refreshments. And we've been very lucky in our partnership with who we work with. They are a vegan cafe, and they're very interested in reducing carbon footprint of the work that they do. So they have signed up for the carbon-free dining scheme as well. So they are doing lots of things which tie in with the ethos of the museum. We also highlighted greener travel. So we have in Kendal, we are close to public transport, such as trains and buses, but we also provide bike racks for anyone who's cycling to the museum, and that's something that we encourage. And as I mentioned before, we have a garden, and the sowing the seeds was an interview with our gardener who really thinks about the environment when they're gardening. So thinking about wildlife-friendly planting, letting things go to seed so wildflowers can spread, reducing the digging, so looking after the soil, and composting, which is something that the cafe contributes to as well, and letting the grass grow into a meadow space. So really thinking about we only have a small outdoor space, but thinking about how we're using that. But I wanted to focus particularly on one project, which is in the changing landscapes, our flood tapestry project. So as I'm sure many of you will remember, in December 2015, Storm Desmond caused mass flooding across Cumbria, affecting 5,200 houses and causing £500 million of damage. Kendal became one of the badly affected towns, with Cumbria's sole casualty and 2,150 properties flooded when the River Kent burst its banks and overwhelmed existing flood defences. The museum was also affected by this. The garden was washed away, but luckily we avoided being flooded as there's a void underneath the building, but it did create issues around damp for many months afterwards. Even a year after these events, local communities were really affected by this and this impact of climate change and more extreme weather events. And the Quaker Tapestry came together with the local community to make a flood tapestry marking the event. And they worked with a local textile artist, Donna Campbell. I have a short video where we can hear a bit from the participants and what taking part in this project meant to them and the effect of that.
I think doing something creative, doing it creative work in a group has a really healing effect, and it balances up something that was really quite destructive. People had this experience in their lives, which they experienced loss, shock, trauma, and they've been able to come to a group and tell their story in lots of different ways, tell their story to the whole group, or tell the story while they're sat being creative and creating the story in textiles, like chatting to one another. The floods in Kendal
in different ways at different times, I think. I think initially it was more shock, really. It was just a surprise at what happened. And we've lived in a house for 30 odd years and we've never been flooded before, so just disbelief that it was actually happening. I think this helps coming to a workshop because you're talking to other people and it's nice to share other people's experiences and actually do something positive out of it. It does help quite a bit, I think. And it's nice that there's different ages as well. Some of the workshops there were some children at a couple of them, wasn't there, and that was nice to have a mixed age group.
In people coming together and creating this project, what has come out of it is the same spirit that came out of that weekend that got everyone through, which was the community pulled together. People came to Kendal from afar to help out. People spoke to neighbours that they'd never spoken to before. People that arrived with cups of tea, blankets, food, hot food. People were stranded, and I think it's the story of human spirit really coming together.
So there is a much longer film if you wanted to find out more detail about that project, which again is available on our website. But this is what they produced by the end of the project. There were a lot more images that were created part of this project, and there is a booklet that goes along with it as well. But I think it's really important as museums to remember that we are part of our local communities, and we have a role to play in supporting our local communities. And we've been hearing a lot about that from all the different museums involved speaking today. So I think partnership's really important for us as our museum, so I've put my contact details there. If anyone wants to get in contact, I'm more than happy to talk to people. We are still working on many different areas and thinking about how we can start moving things forward. So we're going to be taking part in the carbon literacy training and making sure that everyone across the organisation really has more information. Thinking about how we collect data so we can inform how we move forward and work with local businesses and community groups. Yeah, and that's everything from me. Thanks.
Amazing. Thank you to all of our speakers. I love the variety. This is why museums are so awesome. There's all scales and all types of activity. And I'll definitely echo Naomi's recommendation about doing the carbon literacy training. It's an amazing way to enable and empower your staff, and it provides a really good certification and kind of structure for action. So definitely do that if you haven't done it already. Okay, so we've got a bit of time for questions now, which is great. I'm going to use my chair's privilege and just dive in with one, because it's an idea that I want to posit as well. So this kind of idea of where we have financial budgets, can we have carbon budgets for projects? So capital projects, an exhibition, a display, a touring exhibition, a learning activity. And the quantity surveyor is also keeping an eye on the carbon budget as they're keeping an eye on the financial budget. Any thoughts?
Yes.
Do it. How can industry help museums?
Well, it's first of all, you spend hours agreeing what the terms are of the carbon. That's one of the biggest challenges. What's sequestered, what you can offset. I mean, offsetting is a nonsense, fundamentally, I think. You've got to reduce your energy consumption, like we've been talking about here. And so it's more about it's choices. It's where you choose to. You should have a budget for your carbon. You should decide what you want to spend that on, I think. And looking at things like our carbon calculator and others and all of those things that label you to kind of imagine and see where you could pick and choose which projects you do. I think, as I said, if you use timber in construction and probably in exhibition design and all those things, that can be a positive thing, provided, like it is here actually, because this is 140 years old, that the timber isn't taken down and burnt, because as soon as you do that, so there's green ways of doing things, provided you don't. It's the end of the life that you need to think about as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think, I mentioned something talking about with those slides before around empowering others, and I think I'm a big believer in what you measure is what you get. So if you're able to embed that type of carbon accounting, if you like, into your regular business and help your average staff members understand how their own choices can have a real positive impact on carbon as a bottom line, then you're likely to instill those behaviours, which then becomes your culture, which then goes on to make you a much more responsible organisation. I think, it's easy to say that that's the action that you take, but if it's ultimately not what people need to practice to deliver the roles they're employed to deliver, then it just makes it that much more harder, or it encourages it to be one person's responsibility, as I mentioned before. So yeah, I think if you can overcome that hurdle, or at least make some inroads, that would be a game changer, I think, for many organisations.
I think for us, it's definitely something that we should be thinking about in every project that we approach. So for example, we've had to do some essential works on our roof and replacing it, and we're taking that opportunity to install solar panels. So it's finding in every project where is it that we can add value and reduce our carbon or become more sustainable. So yeah, even as a small organisation, I think just having those things in mind and making sure that we're considering it at the beginning of a project is important.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, everyone. Carbon budgets, all museums, build into your business cases and corporate plans now. Any questions from the floor? We've got one at the back there.
Thanks. It's Ben Twist from Creative Carbon Scotland. I'm not in museums and I'm not in England. But carbon budgeting is interesting. I'm actually running a workshop in Scotland on Wednesday and a series of workshops over the next 2 weeks on carbon budgeting for our equivalents of NPOs, National Portfolio Organisations. And one of the interesting things about carbon budgets is that it makes people think about who's responsible for the carbon. So whereas the building manager might have the carbon targets normally, actually the programmer who decides what the use of the rooms or the building might be, the curator or whatever, then begins to have a role there. So I think, as with all carbon counting, the crucial thing here is that it starts to bring about change. And that may be quite radical change in organisations about the way that you run, the way you make your decisions and so on. So I just wanted to throw that in. It's not a question, it's a comment.
Thank you very much.
I just in response, no, it's not a question, but I do agree of course, basically modernism has created this low carbon or energy intensive world, and everything we've done, everything that everybody has been taught in this room since the war, since post-war, has been about artistic endeavour, about clarity of thought, about whatever it is in terms of those things. We haven't talked about carbon properly at all, and so you have to take away. And I'm just delivering a zero carbon nursery for a Staffordshire University. It's not an art gallery, but it's one of the hardest things I've ever done. You have to examine the sizes of pieces of timber that come in through the door. You have to examine how big that room is relative to what you can buy. Everything that you think you knew goes. And that is a fundamental challenge to what we're doing at the moment. If we're talking seriously about net zero carbon, it's so hard to determine. I mean, it's easy to kind of say we can put these things. The Whitworth is a fantastic example. It's got 11 boreholes in the garden. It's got harvesting on the roof to preheat the water. I mean, it was a good example 7 years ago, but it's still not net zero carbon by any stretch of the imagination. So even doing good things is no way near net zero carbon. Sorry, that sounds really negative, and I think Nick was talking about that earlier.
It's realistic, but it's huge, and we shouldn't be scared because it's huge. We should take on those scary things. And as you said, you're delivering a zero project. You're trying to do it and work through all those intricacies and all the difficult stuff. And there are lots of resources and people doing this kind of together. So you've got kind of London Energy Transformation Initiative. There's loads of primers and guidance and things out there and people with expertise to kind of assist. So yes, it is scary and very hard, but good reality check there. Any other questions for anyone? Is everyone in a post-lunch coma? I was kind of yeah, we've got one over there.
Thanks. This is a question for Simon, and I'm just wondering, have you come across any good examples whereby the 21 degrees Celsius, 50% RH, that's been achieved through passive measures in galleries that are, say, in historic buildings, or a lot of our museums and galleries are within existing buildings, and by their very nature they have HVAC has been retrofitted there in the 70s or 80s or 90s. And have you come across any good examples where galleries have moved to more passive measures?
Well, the medieval Renaissance galleries that did in MoMA at the V&A, Mark Jones was adamant that he didn't want the escalating, when he was director there, didn't want the energy bill just to go up and up and up. Moira Gemmell took that on, and with Gwyn Miles as well, who was there at the time. And that was that fundamental. I mean, that was the first major, as far as I'm aware, the first major institution in the world that hadn't put humidity control into it post-war. And that was south-facing galleries, but that did partly work because of the thicknesses of the walls and the existing buildings. So there is lots of lime plasters, and actually we used to I worked on a mill building around the corner, but that building is made out of the clay that was dug out from underneath it, and the bricks were fired on site. We used to be local, so the stuff that we used to build buildings from, and Beaumont did in this building, is lime from within a smaller radius. We know we can now buy things anywhere in the world, but those materials that we get locally are hygroscopic, so they do moderate humidity by absorbing it and deabsorbing it. I don't know of any particular examples, but I'll have a think and yeah.
Thank you. Carol.
I guess it's more of a statement as well. So I work for the monument, and we are on the road to net zero, which is set to be 2040. But it's still very difficult because everybody knows it here. It relies on us getting grants and money. So we've got all these plans, but we need money. So is there any way that we can ask for more money from government? How does it work? Sorry, I'm very new to the museum world, but until we actually have more grants, how is it going to happen? Because scope 3 is not in our hands, and we can try to put pressure on the board or engage with our procurement and suppliers, but we've got a massive responsibility to actually get rid of our own CO2 for our building. And for example, we actually need to actually get rid of 12 gas boilers, so that's going to cost us millions. So we've got these roads and we've got this plan, but everything actually relies on getting the budget to actually get rid of that. And so it's just a question about, it's great, but we need money to actually do that and grants, and is that going to come or?
It's a very good question. Who pays for this? How do we pay for it? Certainly in terms of the government's agenda for green energy, there's some incentivisation. I mentioned the public sector decarbonisation scheme, which has benefited the Science Museum Group. But it is, it's capital heavy. My only advice would be, other than like many organisations will do, is to stress as many of those funders and foundations as you can that are interested in that type of sustainability work. But to think broadly where you can around, firstly, invest to save. So gas boilers are a particular challenge, but in terms of things like halogen lighting to LED or projects that might have a payback period, there can be a good business case within your organisation to invest in those technologies, because it's relatively proven that they will pay back over a period of time. That would be a first point. But you're quite right about the proposition around gas boilers. The project I mentioned earlier around the Science and Industry Museum, there's a reality as great and as valuable as it is around decarbonising, let's say, the steam exhibition, that ultimately we'll probably pay 5 to 6 times more for our electric than we will for gas. So in terms of putting forward the business case for the capital investment, we also had to recognise that we're probably in the short term going to pay more for our electricity because we've moved off gas. It's still the right thing to do, which is why I mentioned pride that the group has taken that on, but it is a difficult reality. So I feel it's about the whether it's through blended finance or working with your maintenance providers or coming up with those investor save options. I think anything you can do to take a step on that pathway should be applauded, because it is difficult, you're quite right. As I said, it does require a lot of capital investment.
I'm the voice of doom and gloom here, sorry about that. But the other thing, in terms of capital, is just to make sure you've got enough money to start with. As an architect, we're never in the room at the beginning of the project. And sustainable, in my experience, I'm not a cost advisor, but always costs more. So you can't quite get as much as you want. If you want to do it greener, if you want to do it low carbon, like you just said, then you need to just kind of think about your ambitions slightly and decide whether you want to do this size or whether you want to do it in a sustainable way.
Thank you very much. Good sage advice there. Also, I've noticed an interesting trend. Our philanthropy teams are saying that people are asking, funders and supporters are looking at funding sustainability-focused projects, and apparently that's quite a trend generally across the sector, and that's interesting for development teams to try and fundraise for you, possibly, but it's just kind of at the cusp, at the beginning of those conversations. Any other questions from anyone? Okay. Because it's quite a nice segue into our next session, which I don't know if they do with the clicker. Is there another slide afterwards or not? No. Sorry, the organisers have told me that there's now going to be a breakout session to discuss in tables some questions which were meant to be on the screen, which are not on the screen. So if you'd all just like to... Is it there? Oh, they're there. Perfect, thank you. Okay, so museums and the road to net zero. So really just to kind of carry on this conversation, but in your tables. And we are looking to discuss what your organisations are doing at the moment, what your concerns, questions and kind of examples of good practice are, what would you like to know from others, and what can the sector as a whole do to help. So I think the idea of taking this conversation, really kind of distilling those ideas, and then we need to share the feedback to Bethany at NMDC. So if you could all appoint a scribe who will tap all this out and email it to Beth immediately, not when you get home because you will forget, but immediately, that would be great, and really start to tease out some of those kind of difficulties and possibilities, and then see where, as a sector, we can actually support each other in making some headway on this. So, sorry, the actual facilitator for this session isn't here, so you just got my kind of ad hoc thing there. I think you have, has anyone got a programme on them? Is it half an hour? I don't know if anyone's got the schedule to hand. It's a bit like group support here. An hour? Okay, cool. So it's an hour, so you can get tea and have chat and also write this stuff down. So please do make sure you send your bullet points to Bethany, and I'd like to ask you to join me in thanking the speakers once again.
Hello, I'm Richard Piacentini, President and CEO for Phipps Conservatory and Botanical Gardens. And thank you for inviting me to speak with you today about cultivating climate leadership and evolving an institution to address climate change.
Hi, I'm Zara Ahmed, and I'm the Sustainability and Access Projects Coordinator at the Australian Museum.
And I'm Jenny.
Hi, I'm Zara Ahmed, and I'm the Sustainability and Access.
through. Testing. Hello? Hello, could I have your attention, please? The volunteers from the Grow team are going to give a tour of the gardens in about 5 minutes. So if anybody would like to join the tour, it's rescheduled from this afternoon because everybody was busy having their lunch. So if anybody would like to join the tour and come and see what we do inside the gardens, you're very welcome. Okay, we're meeting downstairs and it will only be for about 15 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Before, oh. Hello? Hello, everyone. I hope you had a really good discussion on your tables. We certainly had a great one on ours, covering everything from conservation parameters to culture change. Just a reminder, thank you to all of our note takers. Please do send your feedback to Bethany before you leave this room, before you scoot off to the gardens. And please can you be back here for 1:45 when we've got our next session. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Would you like to take a seat and we'll gather for the final session? Okay, hi everyone. I'm Esme Ward and I'm Director of Manchester Museum here at the University of Manchester, and it is my absolute pleasure to welcome a colleague here at the University. So Professor Carly McLaughlin, who is Director of Tyndall Manchester and a Professor of Climate and Energy Policy, and I'm going to hand straight over. Thanks, Carly.
Great, thank you. Well, thank you very much for having me, and I'm aware I'm the last person speaking to you today, and it's only me that stands between you and beverages. So I hope to talk for a little while, then have a bit of a conversation, and then carry that on over drinks, perhaps. So I called my presentation High Hopes and Expectations, What Next for Climate Action Post-COP? And I suppose one of the reasons for that is everyone got themselves terribly excited about COP. And I think it's had a few implications that I'm going to talk about a little bit today. But I'm first of all going to give you just a bit of background to the Tyndall Centre and also to the Cass Centre, sort of so that you can see where I'm coming from, I suppose, and what my framing on this is. I'll then talk a little bit about what I think are the perils of popularity of climate action that we're currently living through, and talk about a couple of examples of work we're doing at the moment. So one with the band Massive Attack on super low carbon live music, and one with Greater Manchester Combined Authority on building a co-benefits assessment framework. And then a few reflections. So just to tell you a little bit about the Tyndall Centre for Climate Change Research, we're 4 partner universities. We're headquartered at the University of East Anglia, and then we have other partners here in Manchester, Cardiff and Newcastle. It's about 45 of us here in Manchester. And we're looking to provide evidence to inform and shape the transition to a resilient and zero carbon economy. We are policy relevant and we are interdisciplinary. Now that is like what everybody says about themselves now. Like every university has a climate change centre that does both those things. But when we set up in 2000, we were quite unusual in that regard. And particularly in a university, the amount of time that we spent trying to work with stakeholders and policymakers was a bit confusing. To our peers and to our superiors in particular. Now that's really transformed over the last 20 years, that now it's all about impact and why are you doing research if you don't have a pathway to it changing the real world, but that's really different, but we've been doing that for 20 years now. And that interdisciplinarity is, you know, a team of 45 of us with really different backgrounds, all in the same space, talking about kind of common problems from these different perspectives around a very large teapot. And we've got about 190 members across the 4 centres. So just to give you a flavour of the sort of things we work on, these are our 4 themes that kind of cover our broad areas of research. So accelerating social transitions, really that should be socio-technical transitions in the sense that the transformation to zero carbon will be both social and technical, but the comms people got involved and said that that was really clunky. And so it's really about stressing the social transitions, but I would always say socio-technical because those 2 elements are super important, and I'll talk a bit more about that. The next one there, overcoming poverty with climate action, so trying to see where you can find synergies rather than things where climate action might make vulnerabilities worse. Reaching zero emissions, so that's about actually getting pathways for the different kinds of things we do, different sectors, different activities, how can they get to zero emissions, and also the negative emissions part of that. And building up resilience, so adaptation and having a resilient society and resilient infrastructure. Now, from that first theme there, accelerating social transitions, we came together to develop a plan for a new centre called CASS, which is the Centre for Climate Change and Social Transformations. And I just flag this because this is what the work that we're doing around co-benefits with GMCA is under this theme. And this centre is really about putting people at the heart of climate action. And by that, I don't mean individual actions and checklists that you can do to be a good consumer. but actually thinking about all the roles that people play in creating the society that we live in and how they could be part of transforming it. So we're looking at people as decision makers, as citizens, as voters, and also as consumers. And we have these 4 areas, so we're talking about visioning, thinking about what it looks like in this zero carbon economy of the future, learning, where people are doing great stuff, how can we understand why that's worked, where it hasn't worked, and where we can scale success, trialling, so right from the beginning of this new centre, working with partners to say, let's come up with some ideas together and see if we can make them work, and that's what the GMCA work is. I'll say what GMCA is in a minute. I keep saying that acronym. In a moment, it'll become clear. And then engaging, so making sure that we make all of the findings that we have, the insight that we have, as accessible as possible to different audiences. Okay, right, so that's the bit about the background over. It's a bit dry, but, you know, we've got there. Good stuff. So, post-COP26, the perils of popularity. What do I mean by this? So, loads of organisations wanted to say something at COP26, didn't they? Some that maybe shouldn't have. Because really, by COP26, you should have been talking about what you'd done as well as what you were going to do, because we've known about it for an awfully long time. But lots of people were like suddenly trying to get themselves together because we were hosting it and we needed to say something. So there was lots of announcing targets for the future, which is great if they've got teeth and they're going to happen. But I think probably we brought a lot of people into that in a kind of new way, like new entrance into climate action. Now, that is really good in lots of ways, because we're only going to make it happen if more of us want to make it happen. That is for sure true. So I'm being a bit mean about people announcing their targets. Actually, I do think welcome. As long as you mean it, welcome, come on in, the water's lovely, let's get on with it. But there are also some negatives. And I think there's 2 that I'm going to talk about today more. So one is the rush to net zero now. So you'll see organisations with earlier and earlier net zero dates. And in fact, it has now happened that I've been in a meeting where someone is net zero in the past. So it's not even just really near term, it's already happened. And I think there's issues with that, which I'll talk about in a moment. And then I think also as more and more people come into trying to deliver climate action, we open the space up more to what are called discourses of climate delay. I think a kind of overt climate scepticism is not really in the mainstream so much anymore, but there are lots of discourses that slow action. And I think there's a really good bit of work I'm going to talk about that colleagues have done that I think really helps arm us with understanding what those might be and how we could tackle them. So, net zero now. What I mean by why I'm kind of sceptical of that is net zero, we talk about it as if it's always been part of climate action. Like we've all been talking about net zero for the last 20 years. We have not. It's really, really recent. And it mashes together negative emissions and your actual emissions reduction. And the problem is, in my opinion and my experience, it drags people to how do we get to zero right now, not how do we get our emissions down a lot in the near term. So much more about the emissions I would like to see than the net part of it, if you like. So I think that's an issue. I think this issue about it drags people to wanting to do it right today. And even if you don't do it today, say you do it in 2025, if you've got a really great programme of emissions reduction, that's super. Like, I'm great, because we should have been much further along this pathway than we are. But I think there's things for us to think through about what happens the day after you hit net zero. Have you engaged your stakeholders now to think about the fact that net zero is not the end point if it involves loads of negative emissions, if it involves lots of offsetting? And so there's some messaging and some comms to do here, I think. If it's really important to you from a sort of marketing perspective or a stakeholder engagement perspective to be net zero rather than just having a really stringent target for your emissions and getting those down as low as you can. If that net zero is important, there are some really important kind of comms messages and engagement messages that we need to think about as we get beyond those net zero dates. And then the other part, this discourses of climate delay. So it's kind of, you know, my argument here, I suppose, is that as we broaden up this discourse and we get more and more people talking about climate change, because we've had so much coverage of it in the run-up to and the delivery of COP, then more of these discourses become apparent, because people can kind of sign up, you know, like through the climate emergency declarations at local authorities, for example. You know, lots of people have signed up to those. Yeah, that sounds good. It's a really well-organised campaign. More and more people are doing it, so you feel a bit left out if you haven't done it. But I find what's happening now is people have got targets for 2030 that they don't necessarily know how to meet. And so that's opening up these sort of discourses of climate delay, potentially. And that's in places where people have really good intentions. They're trying to decarbonise, but they're finding that it's perhaps a little bit more surprisingly challenging than they expected. There is also another side of things about incumbent actors actively trying to delay, and that doesn't necessarily come from the same positive position of someone having signed up to a target and it only sort of later on becoming clear how difficult that is. So these colleagues, Will Lamb and others, have looked across these discourses of climate delay and mapped them out. And I think this is really useful because I think you'll recognise them if you are trying to make this happen in your day-to-day life. So, you know, the top one there, that it's someone else's responsibility. They should take action first. So whataboutism is a really good example of this. You know, what about them? That's much bigger than ours. What about them? They've not done the same as us. We should wait for them. The disruptive change isn't necessary, so pushing non-transformative solutions. That change will be disruptive and really emphasise the downsides, or to kind of surrender. It's not actually possible, it's too difficult, we left it too late, we should just put all of our funding, all of our efforts into resilience and adaptation. And what I really like about this piece of work that Will and others have done is that they've really thought about making it useful for people. So they've made this diagram, but then they've also had a load of caricatures made of the different discourses. So the one over here that we've got, this is the whataboutism, you know, so our carbon footprint is trivial compared to, and then you just insert whatever sort of suits your argument best. And therefore, it doesn't make sense for us to take action until someone else does. This one here, the policy perfectionism, the kind of, until we know how to do everything, we shouldn't do anything. And that really stifles action as well. We've got, this is one that I think was really evident at COP over here. You know, basically we're leaders in setting our targets. You know, we're winning awards about the targets we've got. We're so pleased with ourselves about our targets, but you know, we have to move into delivery, and we shouldn't be that pleased with ourselves, I don't think, about setting a target. Until we've actually delivered on it, let's not kind of really be that enthusiastic. At this stage, different if you were doing it 10 years ago, but at this point, if you're just coming together to get a target, like, you're behind. So get your target out and get on with it, and then shout about what you've achieved. I think a much better way to have kind of authentic leadership in this space. And then this one here, the technological optimism. Don't worry, you know, we're so clever, we'll sort it out with technology. We don't actually need to do anything about kind of demand management or the way that we live or the sort of processes we have. So I find these really useful. They've got one for each of those areas, and they're on a, you know, like a free license for people to use. And I suppose the reason I talk about those a little bit is that I think to be kind of anticipating them is helpful, because I think we experience a lot of them in what we're trying to do. So that's maybe a bit negative. What I'm going to try and do now is be slightly more positive and talk about two places where I think people really are trying to take action that is leading and trying to drive change beyond what we might expect of them or beyond their own immediate sphere of influence. So the first of those is this work on a super low carbon live music roadmap that we did, funded by Massive Attack. So the band came to us and asked if we could look at their own tour and how they could reduce emissions on their own tour, but then also how we could work with them to try and activate change more broadly in the sector. So how could we put a roadmap together that other people could maybe draw on or come behind and adopt? So we did some analysis on their own tours, you know, how much could they get their emissions down by changing the way they travel, changing the way they route things, changing the amount of set that they're transporting about, the amount of equipment that they're moving about. But then in order to understand the sort of broader roadmap idea, we did a series of interviews across the sector. And I mean, it was lots of fun, really, to do this work because, you know, we're not music experts, you know, we're carbon dorks. And we're going out to talk to all these people about how could they make it happen in, you know, in their sector. And one of the things that I found really positive about it was that so many people with so much creativity looking to unleash that at this problem. If you get the conditions right for them to be allowed to unleash at this problem, then it feels like there's a lot of power and enthusiasm there. So we tested out our roadmap with a trade body to get a bit of their feedback to check that things seemed, if challenging, at least not completely unreasonable. And we compared sort of a pathway to the UK Climate Change Committee's balanced pathway. So to say if this sector was acting in line with that, what would it broadly look like? And we're now in the phase of kind of activation of that roadmap. So the roadmap is available and shared, and the band were the first artists to join the UN's Race to Zero at COP. So they were able to do that on the basis of adopting that roadmap, and that being judged by the Race to Zero team as meaning that they had enough of a commitment to doing that. Now, what's great about working with Massive Attack is that they're already doing lots of this. So when you talk about artists swapping to going on the train, for example, they already do that. So you can sound like a little bit of a kind of ivory tower academic when you say that, you know, these millionaire rock star types could be getting on the train, but these guys are already doing it. So it is possible to plan your tours in this way, but it does require you to do it from the outset. And they've been really good as well at kind of making, you know, different types of media that have reach that we would never have. I always joke, it's not really a joke, it's true, but that we got more media coverage just for announcing that we were doing this work. We hadn't done a single day's work on it than I've had for everything else in my career combined. And that's sort of pleasing and displeasing in different ways. But, you know, we've used it to be able to go and talk to different audiences about the kind of wider set of messages and things we're working on. And this is like a little infographic of the roadmap. So I'll just try and talk to you a little bit about some of the things that are in the roadmap. So if we're on the picture side of things, up at the top there, you've got moving people and equipment. So the sorts of things you're doing there about limiting your air travel, swapping to different ways of traveling, moving less stuff. Energy use at venues, so thinking about, you know, what your commitment is on renewable energy tariffs or power purchase agreements, and thinking particularly at festivals where the default is to connect diesel generators. As the grid decarbonises, you're getting a bigger and bigger gap between a grid-connected festival and a festival that's got a load of diesel generators. So you need to, again, kind of unleash that innovation to try and say what we've said in the roadmap is you should try and match the grid emissions factor, which is coming down and down and down, and will get very close to zero. So you need to have, if you can't get a grid connection, how can you bring in technologies and test things out to see how close you can get to that? This bit here is a bit of a repeat of what I was saying before about having targets both for your emissions and any negative emissions that you're going to have. So don't mash it all together into one big net zero date or number. Say, actually, we're going to try and get our emissions down to this level by this date, this level by this date, and keep challenging yourself to get rid of more of that residual that's left. And then audience travel, and I think they're probably the thing that causes most controversy there is around the carrot and the stick. So yeah, make public transport the best, the easiest, the most fun way to get to the gig. And then once you've done that, make the other options less attractive. And often that's the bit that's maybe less appealing to people. But you need to do both. You can't kind of continue to make driving there the cheapest and easiest option and just expect people to miraculously take public transport. And so the three kind of big messages that we drew out of that, which I think really apply across lots of different sectors, are that, you know, super low carbon practices have to be central from the inception of what you're doing. It is so much harder to retrofit it at the end, and you've locked out options that you can't do by that point. The second point there, that all actors in the sector will use their direct power and wider influence to adopt and champion new practices. That's what I found really exciting about working with Massive Attack, that they wanted to do that. You know, they've had many years of a good career in this sector. They don't want to leave it to younger, newer artists. They want to help to create a kind of infrastructure that they can move into, and to leave a sort of a legacy for bands coming up, if you like. And that progress has to be monitored and reviewed. So, I mean, there's loads of pledge campaigns that go on in the music sector and in many sectors. But then when you go back and look, often, although there might have been relative emissions reduction, so the intensity might have dropped, actually the capacity of the event's gone up, or the number of events or dates have gone up, so the absolute emissions have gone up. Well, the climate only cares about the absolute emissions. It doesn't care about the fact that you have become more efficient if overall the emissions have gone up. So we have to keep an eye on those absolute emissions and make sure they're coming down. So that's one project I wanted to talk to you about. The next one is about working with Greater Manchester Combined Authority. And so what we're doing with them is building this co-benefits tool that basically every decision that now goes to the elected representatives of Greater Manchester Combined Authority for a decision has to be put through this co-benefits decision tool. So we've got 8 impact areas there on the left. So you've got equality and inclusion, health, resilience and adaptation, housing, economy, mobility and connectivity, carbon, nature, the environment, consumption and production. You've got a set of questions under each of those. And the idea of this is to try and broaden people's perspective a little bit, to make it not just the environments team to sort out climate change, to make it not just the equalities team to sort out inclusion, but to get this embedded in the day-to-day practice of what people are thinking about. Now, this is one little chunk of work that we've dropped into a big organisation, you know, a big process, but it's a starting point for research and collaboration. This was a gap that we identified with them that they felt could improve their decision making. But the work now is to see how is that being used? What are the gaps that are still there? What else do we need to do in order to support that? And what we hope to do with this tool is make it a freely available online version that any local authority could use. But I suppose the reason I draw this example, as well as it's what I spend most of my life doing at the moment, is that it's an example of kind of getting on with it before everything's perfect. You know, we didn't say, what does the whole process need to be like in order to embed this? We were like, let's stick it in there where it will definitely happen, because the woman who takes the papers to the GMCA will only accept your paper if you fill in my Excel sheet. And if you don't fill it in, she doesn't accept it. So that's where things happen. Now, conceptually, that's not where we would have done it. We should have done it right at the beginning in the strategy stuff, in the project initiation stuff. What I was talking about before about you should do this from inception. But this is what's got it into the organisational culture, if you like, because now everybody knows about this tool. They've all had to use it. And in the interviews, they're saying to us, we should be using this right from the beginning. And I'm like, great. Let's make that happen. So it's just about, I suppose, I just draw on that as a way of saying you can get going with something. Yes, it should be robust, but you need to kind of learn and evolve it, and that's what we're trying to do with this work. So I arrive at some reflections, which I've probably said already. Let's see. Zero carbon has to be central to everything an organisation does. Really fundamental questions for what we do and how we do it. I think loads of organisations haven't clocked this yet. It's really tinkering around the edges. Have your senior leadership team had a conversation about whether all of your business models still work in a zero carbon society? And I think if you're in an organisation where they have, then great, I'd love to talk to you and hear more about it. I think there's lots that are doing kind of a bit of offsetting, maybe a little bit of travel policy, help you buy an EV, but they haven't really looked at that kind of fundamental, what we do and how we do it. Net zero has the potential to confuse and delay emissions reduction, in my opinion. So by that, I mean this mashing together. I think it has a risk. I don't think we have enough evidence yet to say it's definitely delaying it, but I think there's certainly a risk we should be alive to. And I would argue that people should specify both their emissions reduction and any net zero date. And just have that as, you know, we're clever people. We can manage 2 numbers at once. We can have an emissions date and an emissions level and a net zero date. That's okay. Bit of a dashboard approach. We don't need to just boil it down into a date that we're going to be net zero. I think we need to up the level of kind of understanding and communication on what we're trying to do. Creating space for people to take action and collaborate. You know, that's what we're trying to do with these collaborative pieces of work with Massive Attack, with the Greater Manchester Combined Authority, to create spaces where people can share success and, really importantly, share failure, share why it didn't work, and help people not make the same mistakes again. To inspire positive visions of how things could be different. So I think the co-benefits work does that, because we're looking at, you do one thing for climate, but it has all kinds of other positive benefits. But also with the live music work, we're trying to say, we're not saying don't tour. We're not saying stop doing any of this stuff at all. We're saying, how do we transform it so that this beautiful thing that makes life lovely and has been missed so much during COVID can happen again and be part of something that is sustainable. And really encouraging people to use all their agency. So like I talked about in CAS, not thinking about people just as consumers, but all these different roles we have and trying to unlock those. And I think, you know, coming back to the delay discourses, I would just say that I feel like being forewarned is being forearmed. So anything that you're trying to bring in, I think a kind of good tactic, any new policy or initiative, is to run through those discourses of delay and think, what would they say about this? And getting yourself lined up to address that from the outset. That's all I want to say today. I'm very happy to have a chat and take questions. Thanks very much. Yeah, I think there might be a mic. Oh yeah, it's coming to you.
Thanks. I was really interested in what you were saying about with Massive Attack and the music project, and we've been having a conversation on this table about touring exhibitions and loans and how we can reduce carbon emissions in that practice. I wondered if you had any thoughts about that or any learnings from what you've been doing with the music industry that we could take on board as a sector.
So what are your issues at the moment? Like what's causing you a problem in that you're talking about?
So we're talking about, we had a conversation about how when you're loaning out objects, you have someone going with the object and observing them being unpacked safely and condition checking. And someone was talking about how they're starting to do that virtually, but there's lots of travel that happens around, and then touring exhibitions, if it's where it's going and how you're transporting things like that.
Yeah, I think, I mean, like, you know, this is your field, not mine, so I'm not going to try and teach you to suck eggs or anything. But I suppose for me, the kind of generic things when you're trying to find those sorts of solutions is exactly as you're saying, to like challenge the way that it's always been done. And I think what we often do is we bring in a kind of like a standard, a way that we do things, and then everything gets applied in that way. And it might be that there are some examples where things are so valuable or so delicate that they have to still be treated in exactly that way. But like you kind of need to open it up and be like, does everything have to be like that? Does it, you know, are we kind of gold plating it? And then I suppose you're just always using those examples of, you know, where the best thing to do is like, you know, is to avoid the need to do something. So if you can move fewer things, then great. But, you know, if you actually want people to see these exhibits, then they're I think, going to have to be moved around. So then can you move them in different ways? Trying to reduce the number of people that are going with them, if you can do it virtually. What can you bed in from that you maybe had to do through COVID to keep? You know, I think we're at this moment where there's this sort of weird sensation from, I don't know, one of these discourses of climate delay, that we kind of don't need to do anything active because the world's just going to transform to being much more virtual and digital anyway after COVID. But I think you can see so much bounce back to doing things the way that we did them before. So it's up to anyone that's got kind of influence and leadership to say, let's keep the best bits. Don't just go back to doing that exactly the way you did before, because it's okay or it's good the way that we did it through COVID. So, you know, I would like to be in that conversation because it sounds fun. But yeah, it's the similar sorts of ideas, I suppose. And you're still going to get a kind of residual of some things have to be moved and things might have to be moved in an aircraft, for example. But it's just about how you minimise the amount of that and switch to other sources of transport where you can.
Sorry, I've got a bit of a geek question there about the co-benefits project that you're doing with the GMCA, and it kind of connects back to what Henry Mcgee, sorry if I got his name wrong, was talking about this morning about the UN Sustainable Development Goals and that connection between three elements of environmental, social and economic, and I was wondering if that's kind of come into the co-benefits project and those are the kind of things you're talking about in that.
Yeah, so we are. I think like there's lots of ways that you could kind of cut it, if you like, what those impact areas are, those co-benefit areas are. How we did it for Greater Manchester, we did two kind of things. So we did a review of what other people have been doing, like a good academic, that's what you always have to do first. So out we went and found out what everyone else had done, either in literature around co-benefits or in kind of example tools. but then we populated it through going through Manchester's various strategies. So we're using the terminology and the concepts that they say are important to them in their own strategy documents. And we did a sort of phase of feedback from users, and I was really pleased with how little feedback we got about that we just got it completely wrong. You know, like I'm a sort of glass half empty kind of a person. So I'm just bracing for people to tell you that it's dreadful what you've done. So I was ready for them to say, oh, you know, like the person that comes in to talk about economy, all your questions are wrong about economy. But actually, because we used their strategy documents, it should be obvious really, it was feeding back to them the things that they said were important, but trying to spread out across the organisation a better understanding of the things that are important to each directorate to make it less siloed and more connected. So it seems to have worked okay so far for GM, and we think that it's kind of broad and generic enough that those issues are important to all local authorities, hence why we'd like to make it available more broadly.
Thanks. You made some really useful comments on net zero and zero carbon and so on. One of the things we often hear combined with those discussions is the idea of science-based targets. And I wonder if you could give us any comments on that. For example, I saw one method recently which essentially took a per capita approach to calculating carbon emissions. This was around museums, and the implication was that one of the best ways of reducing your emissions was to increase your visitor numbers. So do you have any comments on the science-based methods, or am I talking nonsense?
No, I don't think you are talking nonsense. So was the way that they set the target that they set themselves an intensity per attendee, per visitor?
That's what I understand.
Yeah. So I mean, that's what I mean really about that. I think people should have absolute targets. Like this is a system-wide transformation. You know, if you're increasing your numbers, it's not that you're taking those from another museum that you're trying to make go out of business and not have any carbon emissions, you know. And that's sometimes in the sort of commercial sector, that is what you hear people say, that in the early days of target setting, you know, well, we're going to half our emissions and double our output. So that's just staying steady. And then people would say, well, you know, but that's okay because we'll provide those things more efficiently than our competitors. They'll go out of business and therefore the whole thing will transform. I don't really buy it. I think we all have to try and cut our absolute carbon emissions because there is a finite space, a finite carbon budget for aligning with our 1.5 degree commitments under the Paris climate change deal. So we really have to be focused on absolute. And I think when you see people kind of gaming stuff a bit, it's your first clue, you know, that it's not really the genuine transformation. Now, on a sort of dashboard of measures, maybe that's one that you take to see how you're getting on. Like another issue is people taking, looking like they're doing quite a lot because the grid is decarbonising. So your energy consumption has just stayed the same, your electricity consumption has just stayed the same, but you know the grid has like halved its emissions over a decade. So you're like looking pretty good on our little graph there. Well, you're not really, because you've not actually done anything. So I think you should have an energy figure as well. You should be trying to cut your energy demand. You should also be trying to convert that energy to renewable energy. You know, so I think one of the problems is, you know, I'm not necessarily that helpful for people looking for a snappy target. You know, I'm saying it's a bit more complicated than that and we need a wider picture. But I don't think it's so complex. Like people are much more engaged now in this debate. We've brought all these people in through the kind of COP effect. And I think now is the moment to say it's a bit more complicated, but we can do it. But we need a better picture to really understand where we make change. And that's why, you know, these kind of intensity targets, I don't think are a great idea. Get an absolute target on the go. Back over here. We're getting your steps in.
Thanks very much.
Thanks for your great talk. I'm Simon from the Museums Association. Do you have any views on what might be the big issues that will be discussed at COP27?
Oh. Well, it's interesting, isn't it? So I suppose if you pick up where we left off from COP26, the kind of all the stuff around coal and moving away from fossil fuel and whether people are willing to literally put that into the wording of the agreements. And I think the other thing that there's a lot of concern that it wasn't discussed enough, or certainly moved on enough at COP26, was around loss and damage. And I think, one of the only COP I've ever been to is COP26 in Glasgow, and I felt like, when it's in my home country and it's gettable to on a train very easily, that's the one to go to. But one of the things that really struck me there was actually that proximity to people who are already feeling very severe consequences of climate change is really important, and I think it's probably important for policymakers and decision makers there. And there was a point on the last day, I think, where one of the European representatives was talking about the impact on his grandchildren. His grandchildren will be fighting, I think he was talking about fighting wars. It might have been talking about sort of displacement and things. But, that's not a future tense problem. Like, that is right now, but it's not your grandchild that's facing that. And I think what I would like to see happen in COP is that we talk COP27 is we talk much more about the actual current state and not frame climate change as something that's happening in the future.
Hi, I'm Dorcas Taylor. I'm from Scarborough Museums. Obviously, as a sector, we have a very wide reach. And one of the things that we can do is change hearts and minds. So I'd just be really interested in any examples that you might have where, you've seen that in action, or kind of top tips.
Okay, great question. Yeah, I mean, I think it's so important, that role that you have, and I think that's a similar debate in the music sector that gets talked about a lot. And I think the balance that we've had in conversations there is about credibility. So if you have an authentic commitment and story to tell about your own activities, then you're in a really strong position to talk to your visitors. I think that's a real challenge in the music sector because there's some really high carbon activity going on in the music sector, whereas that's perhaps less the case depending on the type of organisation you are. So I think having that authentic voice, but I think also like giving people space to ask questions and explore is kind of fun. I think there's maybe right at the moment, there's a real shift towards the types of intervention that are going to require people. And by that, I mean, we've decarbonised electricity with people knowing very little about it. Whereas once you get into transport and heat, these are going to be really things that actually, whilst they won't necessarily completely transform people's lives, we'll still move about and we'll still be warm and comfortable, but we'll do it in slightly different ways. And I think if there is a way to engage in those kinds of conversations about what it means for people's lives, I suspect you're a very trusted voice. So you've got like a really important role to play in that. But I think making it authentic. Now that doesn't mean that you're net zero tomorrow to be able to have any authenticity. It actually means much more like we've done these top 3 things that we know we can do, we understand well. We're struggling with these next 3 things, but we've got a plan. And then we've got these 3 things we just really don't know what to do with, but we're having a good old think. I think that's a much more credible vision to paint of your organisation than we've been net zero since 2012. Unless you really, really have been, in which case, great, and come and tell me about it.
Hello. I wondered if you had any ideas or thoughts about the oil and coal industry utilising sponsorship of cultural institutions to sort of sanitise their own public image by donating what are to them quite small amounts of money for exhibition or capital development within our sector, and whether we as a sector should respond to that universally?
Thanks for giving me a nice, easy question. So I do have opinions, as I'm sure everybody in the room does, so I'll share my personal view. So if I take myself as an example, I'm very open to sharing a platform, a debate with somebody from the fossil fuel sector, because they are a really important part of our energy system and will be an important part of a transformed energy system, or at least some of them will. And when you're talking about the issues and there's a kind of independent and neutral venue, I think that's part of my job as an academic, to join those kinds of debates and to try and bring my perspective and my experience. What I personally will not do is be part of something where, exactly as you say, an event is sponsored by fossil fuel companies in order to kind of be part of their PR strategy. And the reason for me for that is that I think this is quite a confusing domain for people. As people have these net zero targets, you know, you can drive net zero whilst filling your car up at a petrol pump from some of these fossil fuel companies. That is a confusing claim to make to people. And I don't think that's a helpful part of really transitioning. I think that is a discourse of delay. And so I don't want to have myself or my logo next to people that are doing that sort of thing. And I think you're totally right that it's tiny amounts of money. And I think when you hear people talking about how much money they're putting into the arts or how much they're putting into renewables, we need to always say, and how much are you putting into fossil fuel extraction, to get a sense of where their priorities really lie. And until we see that shifting substantially, again, totally as part of the transition. And how do we do that? You know, if you're going to rely on green hydrogen, for example, they're likely to be a big part of that. You might have CCS for some activities, carbon capture and storage for some activities that they would be part of. But I think that's a different thing, planning for the transition, to kind of being at like shiny events and exhibitions where they're being presented as the deliverers of the transformation at the appropriate speed, because I'm not sure they are bought into it at the appropriate speed to meet our Paris climate change commitments.
Thank you. We've heard quite a lot of conversation, work that you've been doing policy-wise with sort of smaller organisations, thinking about individual action, but also with organisations like GMCA. A lot of the conversation that I've heard around the tables this afternoon has been particularly around funding, and obviously museums are at the mercy of limited funds, but also the ways that they get funds from government, sponsorship, philanthropy, those sorts of things. What can friends and esteemed colleagues in this room do to agitate for change? And is it a top-down approach that we need from funders, or is it a bottom-up approach that we need from organisations and individuals within teams, within organisations?
So I'll give you my view on that I think it would be great if it was top-down. All this change would be super if it was top-down. But we've been waiting quite a long time for it to be of the appropriate level from the top down. And so I think wherever you are, in whatever organisation you're part of, you should do whatever you can throw your net over, and you should throw your net as wide as you can. And you should join up with other people's nets and try and drive for some change in that kind of collaboration. So I suppose not waiting for it to be from the top, but actually driving it from the bottom. Now, and at the bottom, you know, like, so I can talk about the university. Some people might think that I'm quite senior in the university because I'm a professor. And then other people would say, never heard of her. And so you're kind of, you know, whether you're doing the top down or the bottom up, it kind of varies, I think, even in the same role. So just trying to use your influence everywhere you can. Like, we've got such a limited carbon budget. So anywhere you can make an influence. And if making that influence is lobbying those funders to say this is really important and we want it. You know, I think often people are worried about making a change because they think whoever they're doing that change to will, you know, all these sort of discourses of the impact and the disruption. Whereas if you say, we'd really like it, please, like, please ask us to do that. Don't ask us to decide and do an evaluation and fill in a tool. Just tell us what we are and aren't allowed to do. that can really help. So I think there's loads of different channels, but we've left it so late to really sort this out that it's got to be everything. That's a nice upbeat one to end on, isn't it? Okay, I think I've tired you out. Thank you all very much for having me.
Well, thanks so much, Carly, and I'm sure you'll all agree it's been absolutely brilliant to have two such great keynotes, sort of starting the day and ending the day, which interrelate so well. So we're now at the bit in the programme which says closing remarks, but I will be fairly brief. I don't know about you, I'm sort of out of practice with conferences, because even though we've done only half a day, I'm absolutely exhausted already, and we've got another day tomorrow with an early start. The point of holding the conference, as you know, was to try and get people in a room together discussing, and I think we've succeeded in that. We have had a lot of time for discussion. We've had lots of questions as well, so that's been great, and I know that the round tables have worked really well. It's impossible to summarise, of course, therefore, all your own individual discussions, so I won't even begin to try that. But I'll just perhaps remind you, we started off from Henry with a whole series, to my mind, of questions and provocations, things to think about. How can we make the future ourselves? Are museums produced and consumed sustainably? No. So what does that mean now for the future and for our action today? Henry also made it clear that everything is interconnected. All the sustainable development goals can't be tackled individually. Environmental, climate and social justice are all interlinked. In relation to that, are we aware as individuals and as organisations of our rights in relation to the environment? I think I wasn't in relation to some of the declarations that he was talking about. We then looked at engaging the public as active citizens, a whole series of discussions about what this might look like and how political and activist we might be, and I don't think that's been resolved, and it may differ from different museums depending on their governance structure and their charitable objectives. There was then the panel on what we call, perhaps foolishly called reaching net zero. We feel now quite chastised, and it should be reaching absolute zero, with useful contributions from organisations from a range of different scales. Because I think kind of historically on this journey, understandably, the bigger museums have had the resources to engage people to start decarbonising, have energy managers and so on. The smaller museums clearly haven't. We're all on this same journey together. So it's really important that we understand that practice varies depending on the scale that you're operating at. And indeed, sometimes smaller organisations can move really quickly in a way that's very hard for the big scale organisations. So there's this key point, I think, that I hope we'll all go away with about question what net zero means, and whether your council or your own organisation has talked about net zero. What does it really mean? What's the role of offsetting? Is that offsetting at all credible? Is it greenwashing? And why aren't we talking about getting as close as possible to absolute zero? And it's about starting the journey rather than being perfect and knowing that you can absolutely reach absolute. So, as Carly said, it's a focus on lowering emissions. One of the things, some of us went away as National Museum and Regional Museum Directors for a business meeting, but we also talked about what actions we can take as museum directors and chief executives. And one of the things we are now going to do is to do a sort of museum-specific chapter of the Green Book. The Theatre Green Book has provided great guidance on decarbonising buildings, sustainable operations, etc. We don't need to replicate that, but there is a museum specificity around collections and exhibitions that we think we have a role to provide guidance in. So that'll be something we take forward. I think it seems to me that the quality and nature of the conversations we've been having have been much better than one finds on Zoom. We're about to indulge in further highly qualitative discussions over a glass of wine, if that's what you'd like to have. But don't go too hard, too fast. Be back, please, in this room for before 9 o'clock, because we've got colleagues from Sydney in Australia, from the Australian Museum, talking to us. We should be there on time because it is 8 p.m. their time, so they're working out of hours. So please do get up early. Let's make sure there's a good audience for them at 9 o'clock. And let's leave it there. Let's head downstairs to where the Carbon Lounge is for some drinks. And thanks again to Carly and to all the speakers today. Thank you.